Football Friday here on WGR. Bills and Panthers on Sunday at 1 o'clock. The Bills injury report from Thursday included the same designations as on Wednesday. Daquan Jones, Josh Palmer, Taylor Rapp, all not practicing. Curtis Samuel, Matt Milano, Dalton Kincaid, Max Hairston, and Terrell Bernard were all limited. Sean McDermott will be on with Sal Capaccio today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We should get game designations from him for Sunday's game. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Chargers win comfortably over the Minnesota Vikings. A tough game for Carson Wentz, who had a couple of bad interceptions. 37-10 is the final for the Chargers to go to 5-3. Minnesota falls to 3-4. The Sabres are in action tonight, hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs. Puck drop at 7. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen recalled from Rochester, so the Sabres now stand with 3 goaltenders on the roster. Tonight's also Game 1 of the World Series. In Toronto, Blue Jays hosting the Dodgers just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
Had some time off last week, and my wife, I was kind of itching.
Football Friday. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Owen Parker's here. Dan Dale producing. It's Football Friday. It's brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Couple of announcements. Our stream on YouTube is back up.
Let's go.
How good is it?
The bullpen returns.
Right. How good is it to see us?
Right.
First thing in the morning.
Everyone's mornings are made.
Yes, first thing in the morning, like, I just want to see the guys. So we're here. You can see us. We're on the stream. Also, we're told the phones work, but we can't find that out until
someone calls.
Might as well call.
So someone's got to be the first one through the gates there.
Whatever you want. You just want to say what's up. You want to say good morning. They work. So if you wanted to call yesterday and couldn't get through, here we go. Give us a call. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It's Football Friday. Bills and Panthers. Last night we saw the Vikings and Chargers, and LA got a massive win. They blew them out. I think there are actually a couple lessons from that game, and one of them, I don't know how close to home it will hit here, but I've got a working theory on that for you. So, normal football Friday stuff. Sal at 7, Chris Brown at 8:30. We've got Mike DiStefano at 9:30 on the Jays and the Leafs. The Leafs are in town for the Sabres tonight. The Jays Game 1 of the World Series is tonight. You're going?
I'm irrationally excited.
You should be.
I'm
You're doing the thing where you're going to be
excited.
You're at the center of the sports universe.
Yeah.
Which, how many times in your sports life have you been undisputably at the center of the sports universe?
I mean, really the only time would have been... No, not okay. I mean, the Bills hosting the Chiefs in a playoff game is
pretty close, but
that's a standalone football game that
right.
everybody every sports fan in the country is watching.
But there are other games.
Yeah, it's not quite a championship round though. It's not Augusta. I haven't been to the Masters.
Right.
That would qualify as such. Didn't go to the Ryder Cup. No, like this is, in terms of scale, I think this is going to be number one for me. For
me,
sure.
Center of the sports universe moments for me are the Derby. Like having been at the Derby, you're walking and you're like, this is what's happening today.
Yeah.
And I'm here. So like that's super cool. You'll be there tonight.
And really, I feel like I can't. I think Mike Schopp made the same point yesterday because he's going tomorrow. Like kind of the same idea of, I'm definitely self-admitted. I'm a fair weather Blue Jays fan.
Sure.
Like when they are 30 games below 500, I am not dialed in on who's on the roster and who is, what their scores are on a day-to-day basis. But when they're good, I'm into it and have been really. Like I played T-ball for the Blue Jays, so really since then. And if they win, I'm going to be like, I feel like it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
And if they lose, I don't feel like I'm going to carry it with me very long.
Well, that's the benefit.
I don't think it's going to change my mood.
That's the benefit of being a fair weather fan.
Yeah, right. Like if they get smoked today, like that'll be very disappointing because I'm excited about the idea. Maybe better yet, if they win tonight and then go on to lose the series, like it's not going to really. Right. I'm not going to be heartbroken.
You might even.
I'll be disappointed, but not heartbroken.
What are your goals tonight as a fair weather fan going to Game 1 of a World Series? If it were me, I'd say I'm going to be in like the 6th or 7th inning with the Jays pitching and a runner in scoring position, and the crowd is intense, and a strikeout to end the inning keeps the game where it is. Like, that's the stuff that baseball delivers.
Yeah, definitely. Give me a good game. I mean, a dream would be give me a moment like we had in Game 7 against the Mariners.
George Springer,
Give me the George Springer home run, or give me a Bautista home run level moment late in a game. I mean, I'm praying for that. That would be awesome.
I was there for Game 5. I was there for the Bautista home run, which was the top 3 sports moment I've ever been at. I mean, it was just unbelievable. So
yeah, the playoff home run, not a moment I've experienced.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping I get some of that today.
What do we think? Ohtani 4 homers tonight?
Oh, come on. Even that would be a different version of. Like, it wouldn't be as cool because I'm definitely rooting for the Jays, and I'm going to want them to win. But if Ohtani did that, he can't do what he did in Game 4, can he? For the Dodgers,
you would think he can.
He's not pitching tonight, so actually he definitely can. But if he has like multiple home runs and it's like a World Series game to remember for Ohtani, that'll still be cool too. 20 years, you could be like, remember when Ohtani hit 3 home runs? And I was at that game. Ohtani might be. I mean, like the scale of the event that I'm going to, Ohtani on the level of an athlete is going to be, like non-football division for me is probably going to go right to the top of the list.
Pretty good.
Because I haven't seen LeBron or Steph live. I haven't seen Messi live. But Ohtani live might be, like, when he's done, like I saw that guy play in the World Series.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good resume builder. Well, enjoy that. That's exciting. Again, we'll talk a little on the Jays at 9:30 with Mike DiStefano, along with the Leafs who are in town.
Also, weird dynamic is that we're going to be in Toronto early, so we're going to be like out, and I'm sure the Leafs Sabre game will be on before, and I will probably be the only couple people in there rooting for the Sabres.
Nice. Not
and
bad.
Then we'll all get on the same page about an hour later.
What's better? That's one thing these Sabres drought years have kind of taken from us. What's better than the big game beer at the bar vibe? Mm-hmm. I mean, I've got that for opening night for the Sabres, and outside of that,
right?
It's been lacking a little bit, but maybe we get it back this year. They play the Leafs. Go ahead and beat a struggling Toronto team tonight.
I think they really could.
Yes, they could. Let's find out.
I think they do. I think they do it. I don't think Toronto looks good. That lineup, how many Leafs can you name right now? Beyond, like, you knew their top couple, right?
Maple.
Okay, here we go. You went with Maple Leaf first, right?
Table Leafs, to extend the table.
Sure,
it's
right.
a leaf.
Yep, that's a good one.
Loose leaf notebooks.
Leaf Erickson is another one.
Life Larson.
Ryan Leaf.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised we've named this amount of Leafs that aren't just like actual
like a
kinds
tree
of leaves.
and leaf.
Okay, that's where I believe we end here.
All right.
Like Matthias Michelli is on their second line. You know who that is?
Of course I know who that is. I've been following his entire career.
Dakota Joshua and Easton Cohen. These are third line players for them.
I know him too.
Like, it's not.
I watched him in juniors.
Dakota Mermis.
Yeah.
They have 2 Dakotas.
Yeah. Those are the top
North and South.
Those are the top 2 Dakotas that I know that play hockey.
That's a real opportunity, by the way, because if they both become really, really good, then the forward can become North Dakota and the defenseman can become South Dakota.
It's not bad. Not bad. 803-0550. All right, we're going to find out if our phone lines work. Here's the other thing. We have 6 phone lines. If somebody calls line 1, we take a call on line 1. How do we know line 2 works? We don't.
The goal today is to get to line 6.
That means we have to
test
fill
line 6.
We have to fill the phone lines and get all the way to line 6 on this Bills game against the Panthers. 803-0550. All right, I've got a Twitter poll. I'll give you a quick thought from last night's game. I think there are a couple things that come out of last night's game. But one thing on the Bills that I think might hit home, but we'll see. First, my Twitter poll. Which unit are you more eager to see play really well in Carolina? You want to see the offense or the defense? Like, who are you eager to see play well? And right now, 78% are voting for the offense there. Like, okay, we'll dig into that. Here's the other thing I thought about that game last night. We'll probably end up talking about Ladd McConkey today. I'm ready for that. But Minnesota. You know what Minnesota is? Minnesota this year, the Vikings this year, should be a reminder to every single team, every single GM, and every single fan. It doesn't matter how good you are, how great you build it. If your quarterback is nobody, you're dead. They have a great roster. They have a great defense. I think they have a great coach. Their stud left tackle who missed a lot of time, like he's not out this year, and it just does not matter. If you are dead at quarterback, your team, everything you think you have built is worthless. Carson Wentz. And they're going to J.J. McCarthy instead. Right now,
and that didn't look good.
Right now, the Vikings are getting a ton of, wow, you really shouldn't have let Sam Darnold out the door. And that's, respectfully, that's Sam Darnold. So all these operations, these football teams, these dynasties, these franchises we hold in such high regard, man, I think a lot of them would be potentially exposed with the absence of one person, because that's what the Vikings represent to me right now. A great roster, a great coach, one of the best defensive coordinators, a nasty defense. How are they? Getting hammered 37-10 by the Chargers. And yikes. So, Kevin Stefanski is one of my top 5 coaches. He might be top 3. I think he's great.
Stefanski or O'Connell?
Kevin O'Connell. Stefanski,
they're both great.
Stefanski, 2-time coach of the year. Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, O'Connell is great.
And what's he got? I
don't think he's got a lot to work with.
He's got nothing.
Can I throw in, though, like, my problem with them, because I think all that is, right, like, you are taking a risk whenever you move on from
any quarterback.
Any quarterback that is performing well. I mean, Darnold, though, to me, was performing at a higher level than most of these veteran stopgap guys that come in.
That's right.
Like, he was playing awesome. They were the second best record in the NFC last year, right? They only don't get the 1 seed. They only don't get home field because they were in a division with a 14-win Lions team.
Yep.
And then they go to the playoffs. Like, my biggest problem with what they did isn't that they moved on from Darnold. So they did it with J.J. McCarthy. If they had drafted Bo Nix instead, they picked McCarthy over Nix, this wouldn't be a conversation. Bo Nix would just be in, and they'd be a great football team. And he's not even one of the best guys that got drafted that year. If they had Drake May, they'd be the best team in the league.
Well, that's the quarterback point. McCarthy doesn't appear to be very good.
But that was always...
But they drafted McCarthy.
He never threw the ball in Michigan for a reason.
They drafted McCarthy and signed Darnold. Then Darnold exploded, and what they do? They felt they should go to McCarthy.
Right. Because they drafted him.
Sorry, we drafted a kid. We got to go to him. Like, Sam Darnold is in Seattle running one of the NFL's best offenses over there. Mm-hmm. So you are always... And that, again, that's Darnold. Who's the what? Rank him. What best quarterback? 9th?
Right now, he looks like he's top 10.
Okay, so let's put him as the 9th best quarterback in football. You go from the 9th best quarterback in football to no answer, and you go from 14-3 and playing for the 1 seed in week 17. Mm-hmm. You go from that to you're just dead in the water. You got nothing going for you. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're not winless, but man, Minnesota's a reminder there. All right, let's get some calls in because we got to blast through all 6 phone lines. And we got the first 4 on hold, so we got 2 more spots for you. Just making sure the phones work. All right, testing line 1. Gary and Amherst. Hey, Gary.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good.
Just a couple quick things. The other day you were talking about Ohtani's greatest game ever, and I think maybe it probably is the greatest individual effort. But I didn't want you to forget about Wilt Chamberlain, 100-point, 25-rebound game, which was pretty spectacular in its time.
I never knew how many rebounds he had in that game. He should have held up another sheet of paper next to the 100, so I knew
rebound.
Yeah.
And he did have 2 assists also.
Right. It's tough to do when you get 100 points. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't do a lot of passing, didn't need to.
No, I want to predict those were early in the game.
Yeah. Thanks, Gary.
And as far as real quick the Bills go, coming off a bye, Atlanta's playing their Super Bowl. I'm not worried about the Bills. Every team they play, it's their Super Bowl. I think they'll be fine.
Thanks, Gary. Carolina, to this point, if Carolina wants to stay in the NFC race, they kind of have to win. Like if you look at the NFL standings, the NFC has a lot of good teams.
Yeah.
And just the conference itself, Carolina is 4-3. 4 wins. They're unbeaten at home. They have a good start to their season. And
A couple of impressive wins, too, like
Dallas.
Dallas is a good win. There's one other. Atlanta, obviously, blowing them out is a good win.
Yeah.
So,
but at 4-3, they're already way down. They're behind Green Bay, San Francisco, Philly, Tampa, Detroit, Seattle, and the Rams. All those teams are 5-2. The Bears are 4-2. Then comes Carolina at 4-3. If they drop to 4-4, like 4 losses, that's where the Vikings are. The Vikings are 3-4. The Commanders are 3-4. And those teams just kind of look buried right now.
well, I mean, they might, NFC, they might have a shot in their division. I mean, they're 1 game back of Tampa. They still have 2 games left against the Bucs.
Carolina.
They still have 2 games left against the Saints.
Yep.
So they have a lot of other hard games. I looked at their schedule yesterday. They play like Green Bay coming up. They play the Rams after the Bills game. They still have to play. No, they already played New England. But they do have a lot of tough games. But Tampa has that same schedule or similar to it, and they have a lot of injuries. So we'll see. Like if they can hang around in the division race. And the thing on the schedule I saw is that 2 of the last 3 games are Bucs Panthers. So if they can be within a game with 3 weeks to go, it's all right. I don't think they're a better team than the Bucs, but they could have a look at it if they're still in it with 3 weeks to go. They just got to hang around. Tampa is the team that they got to watch.
Rob in New Jersey. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Question for you. You've been talking since last week about Allen and the sack rate increasing from previous years. I hate bringing this up, but I'm just curious, is there any thought that in year 8 he's hit that peak and we're kind of on the downward turn at this point? And that's why we're getting hit more and having trouble getting away and all that.
Because you think Allen has already hit his peak?
I'm asking if you think that could possibly be the reason why he's suddenly getting hit more.
Yeah.
And
Let me give you thanks, Rob. This is a fair question, I think.
Sure.
It's anybody's opinion here. Well, Rob, first, before I let you go, what do you think about it?
I don't think that's the case. I'm hoping you guys will talk me off the ledge. To be honest with you.
Well, fair enough. Here's what I would say. I saw last night, again, like not every game relates to last night, but one of the reasons Allen is taking more sacks is it not because they're blitzing him like crazy. They're sending everything. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing both the Patriots and the Falcons and the Saints, and teams have been aggressive in blitzing Allen, and it's almost, he's facing a lot of man coverage too. So last night, Justin Herbert was blitzed a bunch. Mm-hmm. Minnesota blitzes all the time. What did Justin Herbert do against the blitz? 13 of 15, 162, 2 touchdowns. He also threw a pick, but 13 of 15, 162, and 2 touchdowns. He has answers against the blitz. Yeah. What does he have? He has a brand new emerging tight end in Oronde Gadsden.
That guy.
He has Ladd McConkey, elite separator, who's open all the time. He has a rookie in Trey Harris.
He's a steady veteran. He always knows where he is.
Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnston. And last night, Joe Alt's back. So, that's a big boost for their offensive line. But when I'm thinking about why Allen's taking sacks, it's not necessarily new to this year because I've said these words in this microphone before in years past. This will shock you to say this is a point about receivers. But if they had guys that separated quicker sometimes against some of these blitzes, or if they had better schemed ideas against the blitz, he would probably be protected. If there's anything that's frustrating Allen right now, my guess is it's that he doesn't have the easy button answers against the blitz the same way that they have. Mm-hmm. And last night, Herbert, 13 of 15, 162, 2 touchdowns against the blitz. 4th most yards of his career against the blitz.
Or did you see it could be quick, but also again, like the downfield part can be helpful too, just to have it. Did you see the McConkey touchdown?
That's against the blitz.
The Vikings come after him with the blitz. I think they might have dropped one of the guys off. They looked like they were going to blitz everybody. And the guy that we often say, like, oh, why didn't they draft Lad McConkey? Why didn't the Bills draft Lad McConkey? Well, it's because you already have Shakir in the slot. And McConkey was a primary slot guy. Even though there was a lot of thought out there that this is not just a slot guy.
No.
He's going to play on the outside too, and he's going to win. And where was he lined up on that play?
On the outside.
On the outside, one-on-one with the corner. Justin Herbert knows the blitz is coming, and he knows that he's got Lad McConkey on the outside, one-on-one with the corner. So what does he do? He's going to beat that guy straight up the field. He's got to loft the ball in there, and he's got a touchdown. Beating a guy straight ahead.
Yep. One-on-one go route.
That might be the difference between the Bills and the Chargers right now, is that guy in the Bills' offense
doesn't exist.
Well, it's Khalil Shakir, and Khalil Shakir on that route isn't getting open like that.
No, he's not often on the outside doing that. They're not using him that much. McConkey did not get jammed. He had a little bit of separation on this, so he's off the line a little bit. So
the Z receiver.
Yeah. But what happens
But
there,
you don't even see Shakir in that spot very often.
No. And all I'm saying is, if you want to look at a play here for McConkey on that touchdown, you hear a million times on the station everywhere about separation this and separation that and next-gen stats separation. Go watch that highlight. You don't need next-gen stats. He smokes the guy, and he's just open.
Yeah.
That's massive separation. This is...
Because he's fast.
Right. He's
fast.
He's faster. He dusts the corner.
Like, sometimes I know the Bills like to say,
he plays fast.
Well, that and, whenever they get asked in, a pre-draft, press conference or whatever, what's the same answer every single time? It's, you got to be fast, but you got to be a good football player, too.
Right.
Sometimes you just got to be fast.
Sometimes
in
you
this
just gotta
spot,
be fast.
this is a 4-3 guy.
And McConkey...
And you know what? A 4-3 guy sometimes is just going to win that route. And even if he's not as good of a football player as the 4-6 guy, in that situation, I just need the speed.
Well, in that case, he's just as good of a football player, if not, a lot better. As he's catching the ball at the goal line, McConkey, the Vikings defender is already laying on the ground behind him.
Right.
The guy fell.
He couldn't keep up with him.
He fell at his feet. It was lights out the moment Herbert let go of that ball. So, to answer your question, Rob, about the blitz, I think it's more about...
Yeah, we didn't really get to whether it's Allen.
I think it's answers.
Hitting his peak.
It's Joe Brady and the weapons they have. It's their job to give Allen the answers. It's also Allen's job to take some of them, because in the Atlanta game, there's a lot of evidence that maybe he didn't have all the answers or all the right answers to the test.
Yeah, because let me put it this way. I think if you just magically removed all the Eagles helmets and jerseys from all of their offensive pieces around Jalen Hurts and just put them on the Bills. So Allen just has the Eagles offense around him. I think he'd throw for 7,000 yards and 90 touchdowns.
Yeah, maybe. 803-0550. All right, Gina, Larry, hang with us. We'll get to you right on the other side. We're making sure all the phone lines work, and we will get right to you. Line 2 and 1 and 2 are checked. On the line 3 and 4, just going to make sure. Football Friday. It's brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. I am seeing the relitigation of the Lad McConkey decision because, of course, that was baked into the Keon Coleman-Xavier Worthy trade. So if you want to revisit that, we can. 803-0550 on WGR. The Jays Game 1 of the World Series is tonight. You're going?
I'm irrationally excited.
You should be.
I'm
You're doing the thing where you're going to be
excited.
You're at the center of the sports universe.
Yeah.
Which, how many times in your sports life have you been undisputably at the center of the sports universe?
Really the only time would have been... No. Not
Okay.
The Bills... hosting the Chiefs in a playoff game is
pretty close, but
that's a standalone football game that everybody every sports fan in the country is watching.
But there are other games.
Yeah, it's not quite a championship round though. It's not Augusta. I haven't been to the Masters.
Right.
That would qualify as such. Didn't go to the Ryder Cup. No, this is in terms of scale, I think this is going to be number one for me. For
me,
sure.
Center of the sports universe moments for me are the Derby. Having been at the Derby, you're walking in, you're like, this is what's happening today.
Yeah.
And I'm here. So, that's super cool. You'll be there tonight. Rob in New Jersey. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Question for you. You've been talking since last week about Allen and the sack rate increasing from previous years. I hate bringing this up, but I'm just curious, is there any thought that in year 8 he's hit that peak and we're kind of on the downward turn at this point? And that's why we're getting hit more and having trouble getting away and all that.
Because you think Allen has already hit his peak?
I'm asking if you think that could possibly be the reason why he's suddenly getting hit more.
Yeah.
And
Let me give you thanks, Rob. This is a fair question, I think.
Sure.
To anybody's opinion here. Well, Rob, first, before I let you go, what do you think about it?
I don't think that's the case. I'm hoping you guys will talk me off the ledge. To be honest with you.
Well, fair enough. Here's what I would say. I saw last night, again, like not every game relates to last night, but one of the reasons Allen is taking more sacks is it not because they're blitzing him like crazy? They're sending everything. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing both the Patriots and the Falcons and the Saints, and teams have been aggressive in blitzing Allen, and it's almost, he's facing a lot of man coverage too. So last night, Justin Herbert was blitzed a bunch. Mm-hmm. Minnesota blitzes all the time. What did Justin Herbert do against the blitz? 13 of 15, 162, 2 touchdowns. He also threw a pick, but 13 of 15, 162, and 2 touchdowns. He has answers against the blitz. Yeah. What does he have? He has a brand new emerging tight end in Oronde Gadsden.
That guy.
He has Ladd McConkey, elite separator, who's open all the time. He has a rookie in Trey Harris.
He's a steady veteran. He always knows where he is.
Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnston. And last night, Joe Alt's back. So, that's a big boost for their offensive line. But when I'm thinking about why Allen's taking sacks, it's not necessarily new to this year because I've said these words in this microphone before in years past. This will shock you to say this is a point about receivers. But if they had guys that separated quicker sometimes against some of these blitzes, or if they had better schemed ideas against the blitz, he would probably be protected. If there's anything that's frustrating Allen right now, my guess is it's that he doesn't have the easy button answers against the blitz the same way that they have.
Football Friday on WGR. Bills injury report yesterday looked the same as it did on Wednesday. Terrell Bernard, Max Harrison, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Curtis Samuel were all limited at practice, while Josh Palmer, Daquan Jones, and Taylor Rapp did not practice. Sean McDermott goes on with Sal Capaccio on the Extra Point Show later today. We'll get designations, see if he rules out any of Rapp, Palmer, or Jones for Sunday's game later this morning. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Chargers had a pretty easy time beating the Vikings 37-10 last night, going to 5-3 on the season. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Maple Leafs at home. We'll have pregame starting at 6. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen recalled from Rochester from his conditioning assignment, so the Sabres carry 3 goalies for the time being. And the Jays and Dodgers get rolling with the World Series tonight, Game 1 in Toronto just after 8 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And 10, going for it all, out in front, hold in, Ladd McConkey, touchdown.
Ladd McConkey touchdown for the Chargers. He's back after a little bit of a slow start this year. 3 touchdowns the last 3 weeks after, I think, none in the first 4. McConkey, good game for him. They've also discovered a Rondé Gadsden at receiver.
Yeah.
Syracuse product. He had another touchdown last night. The arrival of Rondé Gadsden is here for the Chargers. They looked very, very good in that game last night against the Vikings.
Also, a little arrival of Trey Harris, who I saw played the most snaps of the season. He scored a touchdown.
Yep.
That's a second-round pick receiver who's their 4th guy.
Rookie.
Yeah. Like, he might have a bright future, and they don't even need him. He doesn't play a lot because he's got 3 great receivers ahead of him.
803-0550, our phone number. You just call Quentin Johnston great?
I think he deserves that after the start of the season.
I mean, great maybe in their structure.
Yeah, I would say like the trio is a great trio.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't call Keenan Allen great at this point. He's good.
They've got a great group. I mean, they
got a great group.
The pass catchers they have there are very impressive, and Justin Herbert looked really good last night.
Johnston might be my... Is there any comparable here between Johnston and Coleman, like in the types of players they are? Because Johnston stunk for 2 years.
He did.
He was not good. And this year, like, as a downfield weapon, it's been going really well. And he's not like a burner. He's a big guy. He's got some speed, but he's not running a 4.3 like McConkey
he ran a 4.5 at the combine. Quentin Johnston did.
Like, should I give Coleman more patience because this dude couldn't do it for 2 years and now he is doing it?
Maybe. I mean, what's the drawback to giving Coleman a little more patience? Like, what's the drawback? Otherwise,
the drawback is I got to keep putting him on the field while he's not producing.
You kind of wait. You don't have to throw to him. You can just kind of wait and see what happens, unless they're going to trade him. Anyway, we'll see. Like Coleman, they might need Coleman this week. For Quentin Johnston, what does he do really well? Big body, gets open, has some power and some speed, but he wasn't the star last night. One thing, you want a little tear?
No, he didn't have a catch last night.
You want a tear to hit your eye?
Who? What?
You.
Me?
Everybody out there, Ladd McConkey. On Ladd McConkey. Eric Turner, Cover One, just retweeted. He kind of put something out he put on McConkey around draft time, and it was something to the effect of his player comp. Like, you know who McConkey kind of reminds me of?
Yep.
You know who it was?
Who?
Emmanuel Sanders.
Well, nice.
A little tear to the eye right there.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be nice to see Sanders with Josh for like 6 years? I mean, he was at the end of his career. Couldn't have happened, of course. But
yeah, he was awesome.
He was great. He was super fun. All right, 803-0550, more of your phone calls. Football Friday, what do you want to see? Who are you looking for against this Panthers team? The injuries are still a big deal, right? I mean, you've got Kincaid still limited. Curtis Samuel still limited. Palmer, of course, is out. They're going to be down at that position and trying to win in Carolina against the Panthers defense. It's better than it was last year. Last year was one of the worst in football. Gina in Delaware on a Football Friday. Hey, Gina.
Hey, number 3, checking in. I was trying for number 6.
All right, you got line 3. All right, very good.
All right, listen, I'm sprinkling some positive juju. Last night was my first trunk or treat, decked out here in Delaware with all Bills gear, little trick-or-treaters throwing Josh Allen's name around. people taking pictures with the truck. I feel positive, but my woo-saw button is definitely charged because I'm nervous. I'm definitely nervous. Who wouldn't be? And you know what? I don't care how we do it, how it looks, ugly, sexy. I don't care. I just want wins. I want wins. And as far as what y'all were saying yesterday, the most beautiful dog, golden retriever. Let the dog loose. Let the dog loose. Let Josh do what Josh does best. Listen, go Sabres, go Jays, go Bills, and shout out to my brother who right now is in Puerto Rico. Happy 50th birthday, bro. I love you guys. Go Bills!
Thanks, Gino. The golden retriever. Let him loose. Might not be a game for that. This might be a game where they just commit to run the ball a lot more, which is something they probably should have done in Atlanta.
Yeah. There really was only like a two... How long was Allen ripping it down the field really a thing? Because remember, early in his career, that was the thing he couldn't do. Like, it was the area he missed. In the last 2 years, they haven't really asked him to do it or haven't given him the tools to do it. We know it's there, though, right? Like, there was a 2-year, 3-year period at least. Was it 2 years only in the middle where he was consistently hitting guys down the field? Because, again, like, those first couple years, that was one of the areas of his game that was missing. Like, he had the arm, but he wasn't ever hitting those guys down the field.
I mean, well, that graphic from NFL Live was 2020 to 2023.
That's the period.
He was third in the NFL in 20-plus air yard touchdown passes.
So in an 8-year career, I got a 3-year middle there where he was able to do it. And now I don't think he's unable to do it. I just think their offense is unable to do it.
I don't think he's been great at it when given the chance, but whatever. I would just give him bigger margin of error.
That's the thing. Like, I see these plays. Like, Tua makes some of these sometimes. I saw Hurts make one last week where sometimes guys hit on deep balls where they underthrew it by 5 yards, but it's because the guy is so open. And let alone see Allen make a deep ball pass a guy over the head. I can't remember the last time he made one to anybody, but let alone Allen underthrew the guy, and it still counts as 50 yards on the stat sheet because guess what? The guy was open. Like, that never happens with him. And it does happen in the league once in a while.
Sometimes it happens on
every week you see a play like that.
Their broken plays. They have one to Shakir in Baltimore.
That's true.
Yeah.
But not like where the receiver's just beating the guy.
803-0550, our phone number. It's Football Friday. Let's go to Larry in Tonawanda. Hey, Larry.
Hey, guys, I was waiting. I can't follow Gina. There's no way. But I was like, when I heard that I was after her, I was like, oh, God. But I just want to say yesterday I was going to call in, but, of course, phones were down. But watching Colton Ellis on the postgame, when he heard that he was going to be speaking to Lundqvist, was just to watch his eyes and to see that fanboy in him and be like, oh my. And when he said, if I could see you guys, I'd be even more nervous, it brought the hope in me. And I don't know what's going to happen with this season, but they're that little hope that we're always looking for as sports fans. And Colton Ellis has brought it and Lyon has brought it. So let's hope. But it was just, as a fan, that was magic.
Yeah. Thanks, Larry. They're going to carry 3 goalies.
They are, and I kind of hope Ellis gets more looks at it. I think you would have to warrant him being on the roster still, right? I mean, I don't think they'll do this, but if it were me, I would not put Luukkonen in the rotation until one of the other two has a bad performance.
Right, with Ellis, that might happen next game.
It could. It could.
Untested. He also could be the next Hasek. Just saying. We don't know. And I wouldn't probably predict that. 803-0550, Sabres and Leafs tonight. And Bills and Panthers.
Yeah.
Bills, Panthers, and Browns and Patriots at the same time.
Ooh, who's more likely to lose?
That's a tough one because
Bills or Patriots?
I want to say New England is more likely to lose because right now what we're seeing is Drake May. I mean, the ascendancy, the ascent of May is it's officially too fast.
Too fast?
There's supposed to be blips in here. There's supposed to be, somebody had a good game plan and they couldn't do anything. I saw a number yesterday that what quarterback has the best EPA when it's an obvious passing situation, like a 3rd and 10. He is Mr. Third Down. But obvious passing situations, who's the best quarterback in football?
It's Drake May.
It's Drake May.
Yeah.
Which I know he is an incredible prospect, and I've told you from the start, I think he's going to be pretty good. He reminds me a lot of Josh Allen, and now it's happening almost too fast.
He's not supposed to be the best quarterback in football.
No, that's right.
Which is kind of what he's playing like.
And I've seen a ranking of quarterbacks today from who knows who it was, but he ranked him 5th. The big 4,
right? And
then Drake May above Stafford, and that's not supposed to happen yet. We're not supposed to be there yet,
right?
So I want to predict somewhere here. I think Allen had games like this where we know, okay, he's the guy. This is legit. But all right, rough game against the Titans in Tennessee where he threw a couple of picks and they get blown out.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to think. I want to just tell myself that the Patriots are going to have a couple of, oh wow, what happened kind of games, like the Bills in Atlanta. So maybe that happens to Drake May against Atlanta. Maybe it happens to Drake May and the Patriots against Cleveland. But these next couple weeks for them, if they are able to execute and he's able to execute against Cleveland and Atlanta, that's going to be a little bit more territory.
Because the thing that's good for them, though, is if he had some struggle, Cleveland's got a pretty good defense. If he had some struggles this week against the Browns, I think they could still win the football game.
Yeah.
Because there's a chance that May had a couple picks and had some incompletions, and their receivers couldn't get open, and they only scored 17 points. Well, congratulations, you won the lottery because you played Dylan Gabriel today. Your prize, a 17-10 win over the Browns.
I mean,
whereas
is Dylan Gabriel worse than who we saw last night in Carson Wentz?
Carson Wentz was pretty bad last night.
Pretty bad. Dylan
Gabriel's not doing almost anything.
3 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah, I don't know. He's
managing the game.
He's not thrown a pick yet.
Right. 3 touchdowns, no picks.
I guess there is that.
His season high in passing yardage is 220. But they run the ball really well.
He's not what Andy Dalton would be this week. What is he? Dalton could have a game. I could foresee Dalton having a game.
I picked up and started Dalton in a guillotine league.
Wow.
Now it's worth pointing out.
No margin for error there, and you're just throwing Dalton out?
I don't have a choice. It's by Mageddon.
Right, that's right.
Are there 10 teams off?
But you would start Dalton a million times before you would start Dylan Gabriel.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep.
Dalton could have a game. I don't feel like Dylan Gabriel could have a game.
No, I don't think so either.
There's nothing I've seen yet out of him that makes me think that there's an impending 25 of 32 for 270 and 2 touchdowns. I don't see anything that makes me think that's coming.
803-0550 to join us. One thing I'm learning this morning after seeing, there's a lot of Lad McConkey stuff on Twitter, is too many people think McConkey and Shakir are the same, and they are not.
Also, too many people think that that's revisionist history because there were a lot of people at the time that wanted Lad McConkey.
Oh, absolutely.
This is not just he's the guy who's good now I want him. There were a lot of people that wanted the Bills to draft him.
Absolutely. Yeah. He was on the short list. Anyway, when we return on receiver, we have maybe the beginnings of a rumor, the start of a credible, now we can talk about it. We'll get you the 2 reports. We'll try to connect them, and then we'll connect with Sal at 7 o'clock. It is Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Rob in New Jersey. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Question for you. You've been talking since last week about Allen and the sack rate increasing from previous years. I hate bringing this up, but I'm just curious, is there any thought that in year 8 he's hit that peak and we're kind of on the downward turn at this point? And that's why we're getting hit more and having trouble getting away and all that.
Because you think Allen has already hit his peak?
I'm asking if you think that could possibly be the reason why he's suddenly getting hit more.
Yeah.
And
let me give you thanks, Rob. This is a fair question, I think.
Sure.
It's anybody's opinion here. Well, Rob, first, before I let you go, what do you think about it?
I don't think that's the case. I'm hoping you guys will talk me off the ledge, to be honest with you.
Well, fair enough. Here's what I would say. I saw last night, again, not every game relates to last night, but one of the reasons Allen is taking more sacks is it not because they're blitzing him like crazy? They're sending everything. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing both the Patriots and the Falcons and the Saints, and teams have been aggressive in blitzing Allen, and it's almost, he's facing a lot of man coverage too. So last night, Justin Herbert was blitzed a bunch. Mm-hmm. Minnesota blitzes all the time. What did Justin Herbert do against the blitz? 13 of 15, 162, 2 touchdowns. He also threw a pick, but 13 of 15, 162, and 2 touchdowns. He has answers against the blitz. Yeah. What does he have? He has a brand new emerging tight end in Oronde Gadsden.
That guy.
He has Ladd McConkey, elite separator, who's open all the time. He has a rookie in Trey Harris.
He's a steady veteran. He always knows where he is.
Keenan Allen. And Quentin Johnston. And last night, Joe Alt's back. So, that's a big boost for their offensive line. But when I'm thinking about why Allen's taking sacks, it's not necessarily new to this year, because I've said these words in this microphone before in years past. This will shock you to say this is a point about receivers. But if they had guys that separated quicker sometimes against some of these blitzes, or if they had better scheme ideas against the blitz, he would probably be protected. If there's anything that's frustrating Allen right now, my guess is it's that he doesn't have the easy button answers against the blitz the same way that they have. Minnesota. You know what Minnesota is? Minnesota this year, the Vikings this year, should be a reminder to every single team, every single GM, and every single fan. It doesn't matter how good you are, how great you build it. If your quarterback is nobody, you're dead. They have a great roster. They have a great defense. I think they have a great coach. Their stud left tackle who missed a lot of time, he's not out this year, and it just does not matter. If you are dead at quarterback, your team, everything you think you have built is worthless. Carson Wentz, and they're going to J.J. McCarthy instead. Right now,
and that didn't look good.
Right now, the Vikings are getting a ton of, wow, you really shouldn't have let Sam Darnold out the door. And that's, respectfully, that's Sam Darnold. So all these operations, these football teams, these dynasties, these franchises we hold in such high regard, man, I think a lot of them would be potentially exposed with the absence of one person, because that's what the Vikings represent to me right now. A great roster, a great coach, one of the best defensive coordinators, a nasty defense. How are they? Getting hammered 37-10 by the Chargers. Mm-hmm. And yikes.
if you disguise well enough, you can hopefully try to make the quarterback think a little bit. So obviously, I mean, you guys watch the film. You see we're always trying to disguise as much as we can. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily anything different, but just trying to do our best to change up those looks.
Cole Bishop likely playing alongside Jordan Poyer this week as Taylor Rapp gets looked at for a knee issue. Out of the lineup for Taylor Rapp. We'll see about that. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Football Friday. All right, so Sal on the other side. We'll get the latest on the injuries, and we'll hear from Sean McDermott later today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. I teased before the break. The start, maybe. This is, what is it? Watch versus warning. The watch happens first, and then the warning happens, and then the storm is imminent, right? Mm-hmm. You've got two pieces of NFL insider stuff. Number one, I saw this tweeted first by Sleeper NFL and then by Underdog NFL. These are both fantasy sites.
Accounts, yeah.
But it was attributed to Jonathan Jones, lead NFL insider for NFL on CBS, Jonathan Jones.
Okay.
SI Now, formerly the Charlotte Observer as well. Like, he's been around the league, covers the league. And he had it, or they quoted him as, the Bills are exploring potential wide receivers to add ahead of the deadline. All right.
Yep.
So Jonathan Jones said that. Then Jordan Schultz. Jordan Schultz of tried to fight with who? Was it Rappaport or was it Schefter?
They fought at a Starbucks. I'm in Rappaport. I don't know where he is now,
Jordan Schultz was mad about that. NFL Insider, the Schultz Report.
Okay,
NFL Insider. The two wide receivers in New Orleans, Olave and Shaheed, are being monitored by wide receiver needy teams ahead of the trade deadline per sources. Both are set to become free agents after the season, share the same representation. With the Saints sitting at 1-6, several teams are wondering if New Orleans might move one to gain future assets. He then issued a clarification. Olave has one more year after this, but is in need of an extension. Shaheed is an impending free agent. The question around the league remains the same. Are the Saints going to pay both? If not, will they trade one? And with both having the same representation, it could create a scenario where one influences the other. I do think that's an interesting note.
That the agent is the same?
They share the agent.
Yeah.
So
if the agent wants the most for both players...
Or if nothing else, the agent will know how the team is looking at, like, hey, they're talking about giving Chris, 4 years, blah, blah, blah. So Rashid Shaheed, I don't know. They're making this one their priority over this one. They could prioritize Shaheed because they have the fifth-year option on Olave next year for $15 million, and then they could extend him after that. So, teams are monitoring what's happening. Mm-hmm. Is that even really a report? Are teams always monitoring contracts and this and that? So
the fact that you're bringing their names into the light at all, guess is a little something.
Isn't that just a guess? This is a team that's 1-6 with two good receivers.
Yeah.
And teams are monitoring the Saints.
Yeah.
Aren't they monitoring the Dolphins and Jalen Waddle? Aren't they monitoring...
Well, right, unless they know they're not trading them.
They're monitoring the bad teams.
Yeah.
And
the Saints are one of the bad teams. I heard one caller on Chopin the Bulldog yesterday bring up what was kind of a scary possibility for me, which is that the Bills, it would be the Bills, do trade for a Saints wide receiver. And it's not either one of those two guys.
They have another one?
Yeah, they have Brandon Cooks. And why would they want to keep Brandon Cooks? He's 32. Like, that's a guy that's a guy that gets traded for a 7th round pick swap at the deadline, isn't he? And he is He's old. He's 32.
He'll be at Bills camp next year.
That's what I mean. Like, he's not any sort of difference maker anymore.
I got to ditch that running joke. Brandon Cooks.
But he's the type of receiver that they need. I just don't think he's good anymore. So, but could you see that being like, hey, we did make an ad a receiver. We swapped 7ths and we brought in Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
Because he's a speed guy on the outside, and let's see if we can squeeze one last little bit out of him in his career. Because, again, if the Saints are bad and they want to keep Shaheed and Olave, why would they want to keep a 32-year-old Brandon Cooks?
Right. Well, there you go. There's the latest reporting, the rumors on all that. 803-0550. That's 1-888-550-2550. Mark, David, we'll get to your calls with Sal here as we kick off a Football Friday. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car Crash, call Salino and call the 8s. Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Minnesota. You know what Minnesota is? Minnesota this year, the Vikings this year, should be a reminder to every single team, every single GM, and every single fan. It doesn't matter how good you are, how great you build it. If your quarterback is nobody, you're dead. They have a great roster. They have a great defense. I think they have a great coach. Their stud left tackle who missed a lot of time, like he's not out this year, and it just does not matter. If you are dead at quarterback, your team, everything you think you have built is worthless. Carson Wentz. And they're going to J.J. McCarthy instead. Right now...
And that didn't look good.
Right now, the Vikings are getting a ton of, wow, you really shouldn't have let Sam Darnold out the door. And that's, respectfully, that's Sam Darnold. So all these operations, these football teams, these dynasties, these franchises we hold in such high regard, man, I think a lot of them would be potentially exposed with the absence of one person, because that's what the Vikings represent to me right now. A great roster, a great coach, one of the best defensive coordinators, a nasty defense. How are they? Getting hammered 37-10 by the Chargers. And yikes. You've got two pieces of NFL insider stuff. Number one, I saw this tweeted first by Sleeper NFL and then by Underdog NFL. These are both fantasy sites.
Accounts,
But it was attributed to Jonathan Jones, lead NFL insider for NFL on CBS, Jonathan Jones.
Okay.
SI Now, formerly the Charlotte Observer as well. Like, he's been around the league, covers the league. And he had it, or they quoted him as, the Bills are exploring potential wide receivers to add ahead of the deadline. All right.
Yep.
So Jonathan Jones said that. Then Jordan Schultz. Jordan Schultz of tried to fight with who? Was it Rappaport or was it Schefter?
They fought at a Starbucks. I'm in Rappaport.
Yeah,
I don't know where he is now,
Jordan
though.
Schultz was mad about that. NFL Insider, the Schultz Report.
Okay,
NFL Insider. The two wide receivers in New Orleans, Olave and Shaheed, are being monitored by wide receiver needy teams ahead of the trade deadline, per sources. Both are set to become free agents after the season, share the same representation. With the Saints sitting at 1-6, several teams are wondering if New Orleans might move one to gain future assets. He then issued a clarification. Olave has one more year after this, but is in need of an extension. Shaheed is an impending free agent. The question around the league remains the same. Are the Saints going to pay both? If not, will they trade one? And with both having the same representation, it could create a scenario where one influences the other. I do think that's an interesting note.
That the agent is the same?
They share the agent.
Yeah.
So
if the agent wants the most for both players...
Or if nothing else, the agent will know how the team is looking at, like, hey, they're talking about giving Chris, 4 years, blah, blah, blah. So Rashid Shaheed, I don't know. They're making this one their priority over this one. They could prioritize Shaheed because they have the fifth-year option on Olave next year for $15 million, and then they could extend him after that. So, teams are monitoring what's happening. Is that even really a report? Are teams always monitoring contracts and this and that? So
the fact that you're bringing their names into the light at all, I guess, is a little something. Bills injury report yesterday looked the same as it did on Wednesday. Terrell Bernard, Max Hairston, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, and Curtis Samuel were all limited at practice yesterday. 3 players that did not practice: Daquan Jones, Josh Palmer, and Taylor Rapp. Sean McDermott goes on with Sal Capaccio a little bit later on this morning on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We'll get injury designations for Sunday's game against Carolina. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Chargers over the Vikings 37-10 on Thursday Night Football. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Maple Leafs. We'll have pregame starting at 6. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen recalled from his conditioning stint in Rochester. The Sabres will carry 3 goalies for the time being. Blue Jays, Dodgers. Game 1 of the World Series is tonight just after 8 o'clock in Toronto. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Football Friday, Sal Capaccio joining us on the Wester Hotline. It is Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Owen Parker is here. Dan Dale producing with you on a Friday. TGIF and TG, the bye week is over, and we're on to regular football, too. I don't know the letters for that.
I mean, it's our first normal football Friday since the New England week, right?
Right, because
Atlanta was
Monday
a Monday.
night,
You get the bye week.
we get a Sunday 1 o'clock game on the road.
You know, we mentioned, Sal actually mentioned this, I think, earlier in the week. The normalized schedule coming up, a lot of Sundays, all going to be like 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, except that Houston game. But, Sal, I don't know if you've looked this deep into it. What did we find? There's a game late in the year. Is it Bills-Bucks? Bills
Patriots.
The Bills at New England game
could be flexed to Monday Night Football.
because there's a bad, the Dolphins are in it. There's like a bad Monday night game, and they have flex scheduling that late in the season.
Yeah, it's Dolphins-Steelers.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the Steelers are strong enough to keep there no matter what.
Because Miami's going to be such a
right, because
disaster.
everyone would say the Cowboys do not get flexed out. I don't know about the Steelers. We have to see about that. Good morning, Sal.
Yeah.
Good morning. I just, when's the last time do we know of, and I'm not saying it hasn't happened, I don't know, that 2 teams played primetime in the same season twice.
Right.
Good question.
A game. I don't know if the league would do that. They already played Sunday night against each other.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or you might have.
Wait a minute. When the Bills and Dolphins played in Week 18, did they play primetime earlier in the year? Because that got flexed.
That was 2022, I believe, or 2023?
2023, right? Yeah, it comes down to the final game.
Let me look up real quick. So 2020, no, it was okay, let's go back to the one
it's okay.
before that.
I've got
that
it.
year.
It was not a night game.
It was a 1 o'clock game. It was the hot game they played that year.
Gotcha.
No. Oh, okay. No, I have the 2023. The funny thing is, that's the Dorsey year. They fire Dorsey, and they come back to win the division in a game that's flexed in at night in Miami.
Okay.
So it's kind of funny to think about. When did they need to go to Miami in primetime? The same year they beat them 48-20, and the offensive coordinator got fired a couple weeks later after what was such a high.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think one way or another, or maybe it's a 4:25 game later on in the year, because that's a big window too. Because man,
yes,
the idea that Bills Patriots game wouldn't be massive, I think, is a strong underdog. Most outcomes, I think Bills at Patriots is going to be a huge game.
I would say this, though. Look around the board, too. Are there any others? Chargers, Chiefs is that week as well, but they've already also played, obviously, in a primetime game. Just looking to see. Lions, Rams is a game that weekend. Now, that's already that would probably be protected. It looks like that's already a national window for 425. So, yeah, it's possible.
Maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, I thought about that, too. The possibility of a flex game later in the year could happen. But in the meantime, until that happens, it's basically
Sundays.
Sundays, except for one Thursday game the week before Thanksgiving.
Right.
You're right, though. It is a great week. Green Bay, Denver, Indy, Seattle, in addition to Bills, Patriots. Anyway, that's December 14th. We got time to get there. Sal, we've got some injuries to watch today. Sean McDermott, when you speak with him, we'll see if he rules anybody out of this game. The limited players are the ones, of course, we're thinking about the most here, right? We're thinking about Dalton Kincaid, Curtis Samuel, among others. So let's get to the injury report, the Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. What names are we really most keyed on today? Is it those two? Are there any more?
I think the 5 guys who are limited are the ones we're really watching because several of them did not play against the against the Atlanta Falcons. Dalton Kincaid, two of them, Dalton Kincaid and Curtis Samuel, because Matt Milano as well. Matt Milano didn't play. So I think those are the three guys. Terrell Bernard did, but when Sean McDermott spoke earlier in the week, he termed all these guys basically day to day. When you say day to day, they practice all week. They're limited. I think it's trending well. So Terrell Bernard, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Curtis Samuel, all limited. Now, Max Harrison is on the injury report as limited because the rule a couple years ago has changed. Once a guy becomes designated to return, you have to start listing him on the injury report no matter what until he's actually on the roster. I mean, that is a guy that we'll be asking about today, and I'll be asking, like, what is his status? Is it possible he could play this weekend? I mean, I don't think so. That would be really interesting if all of a sudden we're like, if you hear Sean McDermott on the Extra Points show say, it's possible, or he won't rule out the fact that Max Harrison could play. I think that's interesting, and that'd be notable because he's been practicing only for a week. I think it's a bit too early for that, but we'll see. And then I wouldn't be surprised if he already rules out Daquan Jones, Joshua Palmer, and Taylor Rapp. None of them have practiced yet this week. And in fact, Jones and Palmer, not only did he call week to week, but he didn't even rule out them going on IR when asked about it.
Do you think, Sal, with the two linebackers being, dealing with something here but limited, so maybe they play, this is a team that can run the ball in Carolina. What do you think Shaq Thompson's role is here? Like, could you see him, even if it maybe is like injury related, like, hey, maybe we want to protect Milano a little bit. I doubt Bernard would be limited at all, but could you see Thompson playing a majority of the snaps, even with both of those two linebackers being back in the lineup, if they are?
I think it really would just depend on the personnel usage by the Panthers. I don't think it's this team runs the ball, so we're going to put Shaq Thompson on the field. You mean in addition, like a third linebacker, Joe, or in place of somebody?
I guess even for just this week, like whether it's because of Thompson's play or because of Milano's injury, that Thompson would be the guy that would be out there every down, and Milano would be the one that'd be in and out based on packages.
I don't think so. I think if Milano and Bernard are both healthy, they're playing, and they're your two linebackers. That's it. Like that's to me. I don't think you're subbing them in and out. Those are your three down linebackers. Mm-hmm. They're playing middle. They're playing weak. I think it only comes down to what personnel you have outside of them, which is either it's going to be nickel or it's going to be a third linebacker. And in that case, you're probably mostly looking at Taram Johnson, obviously at nickel, and then Shaq Thompson. But I do want to throw in here that Michael Hoyt is back, and I think Michael Hoyt becomes interesting here because I don't think right away you're seeing him as a third linebacker, but I do think he gives you options if you want to have an extra guy on the field to help stop the run, and you want to kind of form it and shape it in a different way. You could do that. He doesn't have to be necessarily a stand-up defensive end, which he is. I'm looking right now. Let's see how much 12 personnel the Carolina Panthers run. Not a lot. They're 18th in the NFL in 12 personnel, two tight ends. So to me, that probably means more nickel this week they're very good at running the ball. But it's not about running the ball. It's about what personnel usage they use.
Sal Capaccio with us. Hoyt, by the way, it'll be curious to see how they want to line him up. I think most expect, he'll play edge the most, but then he could play a bunch of other different things. What do you feel like is second? Like him kicking inside? You just mentioned he has done it where he's a stand-up linebacker, kind of like how Lorenzo Alexander used to play, but I don't know. What's the thing he does the second most, I guess, is a question I have.
It's a good question. I think probably kicking inside and passing downs, yeah. I mean, probably doing that, being able to, you're probably going to want to move them around there to get a little bit more of an interior pass rush, be a little bit, faster off the ball, kind of beat some of the bigger guys. A team that's not threatening to run on a certain play. It's 3rd and 7. You're probably not looking at a run. You kick them inside. Then you can have Greg Rousseau on the outside one and Joey Bosa the outside the other. I think that's probably a package you're probably looking at. But it's a good question. It's his number one is going to be stand-up defensive end. And even then I wonder, what does that look like? Because you do have Bosa, you do have Rousseau, you do have Epinesa, right? How much of a rotation are you having with all four of those guys?
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills Panthers on this Football Friday. Have a Twitter pull up, offense, defense, which you're more eager to see a well-played game out of. The defense, of course, getting some new pieces back, and we'll see to what extent. We'll take some calls as well for Sal here. Mark in Coconut Creek. Mark, good morning. You're on with Sal.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Football Friday. I've got a question and a comment, and maybe you can shed some light on it. At this stage in his career, Josh being a league MVP, so how much, power does he have to change plays and dictate the game plan a little bit more? Because I just feel like he's third on the totem pole between McDermott and the offensive coordinator. And, I just want to see some fire from him. I want to see him snap on somebody and just show some more energy, because I watch Brady and Rodgers, Mahomes, Peyton Manning. They were in the coach's ear a little bit, and I just don't see McDermott and Josh communicating during the game. Maybe I'm missing something, but
thanks, Mark. I think there's a growing conversation about this, and it's going to happen when you struggle. We have two bad games, Sal, but people are, maybe you're seeing this too, noticing how when it's on, the camera's on him on the sidelines, kind of just sitting, not talking to anybody. And then Allen this week, the first part of the story was his grandma called and says she wants him to smile. And then he said he's got to get his head out of the sand, lead from the front. And I wonder how you took that. If that kind of lines up with maybe what Mark is saying. Like, is Allen talking about taking a little more ownership here or being a little more vocal? What was your takeaway on what Allen had to say when relaying that story this week?
Yeah, I'll talk about that, and then I'll get to a couple of things he asked, because there was a lot in there. Yeah, I think being more. Remember, what was the saying that we would call Josh low key or something? It was something
he
a couple
said
years ago.
A couple years ago, he talked about being low positive, and that was in the
low positive.
That was in the throes of the everything looks hard in the Dorsey offense, and like we were battling for his brain every single week.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's kind of been a little bit like that, and he's probably. Josh can be a really energetic guy, but he's matured, he's older, he goes to work every day, right? It's what he does. And I think what he's saying and the way I took it was, you know what, maybe maybe I need to be a little more energetic, maybe I need to be a little more fiery, and that'll bleed a little bit in everybody, and we can kind of feel ourselves again a little bit better, because we've been struggling here. I think that's the way I took it. I don't think what he was saying was I need to start yelling at people, right? Like I don't think, and I think that's what the caller wants. I don't know what that does for anybody, right? Here's the thing. When you say, and a caller says, well, Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, well, it's got to be your personality to do it too, right? You can't be fake. When you've been in the league 8 years, you don't run up the sidelines yelling at people. You're not going to start doing it in year 9 and suddenly like, wait a minute, what's going on here, right? Like it's got to be like that. It doesn't mean that he can't be into the game and he can't be super like, oh my God, go up to somebody and say, hey, what are we doing here? What's going on? Caller says, I don't see him talking to Sean McDermott during the game. Well, Sean McDermott's the head coach, and he's also a defensive coach. Joe Brady is the offensive coordinator. He's up in the box. When Josh comes off the field, I try to explain this to people every week who ask me this question, because when you see on TV, what you see on TV is like literally maybe 5% of what's happening on the sidelines. When he comes off the field, the first thing he does is go to the bench and sit down and grab a tablet. The next thing that happens is Ronald Curry comes over and sits with him, next to him, or kneels in front of him, along with Mitch Trubisky. They're all right there together, even Shane Buechele, all of them. And they're looking at the tablet and they're trying to figure out what's the defense doing, what are we doing. In the meantime, if he has to talk to Joe Brady, he can relay and talk to Joe Brady that way. So I think there's a misconception about what's happening on the sidelines and how communication works. Like, it's not like he's not going up to Sean McDermott and yelling at him about what plays to run. Sean McDermott's trying to coach a game, right? That's not what's happening in that moment. And maybe you see that from other coaches and quarterbacks who are more the play callers in those situations. Yeah, but that's just not how it works, in even most NFL games.
I'm imagining that, like, some fans want what? They want remember the video of Tom Brady blowing up with Bill O'Brien on the sideline?
Right.
I mean, that's even if you do want that, that's not possible because Joe Brady's up in the booth.
That's right.
Well, all right, but let's kind of remove that, because there's yelling at and then there's firing up and being a cheerleader, because in that answer, Sal, from Allen is, if nothing else, like an admission or an acknowledgement that he hasn't been that this year. And I guess I would wonder what happened. Like, where has it gone? Because the idea that he's not juiced up and into games, he throws up before every game, and everybody talks about how the energy he plays with when he celebrates, when he flexes on opponents, and McDermott says, I love that swagger. Like, maybe Allen is saying, if we remove the yell at teammates part of it, he's saying he's feeling like he should probably try to get some swagger back, because that's been missing.
And I also think he's even said practice, didn't he? He mentioned practice, I think, when he was talking, if I go back and remember. And I think he's talking about through the week even, not even just in a game, on a game day, right? On game day, there's so much going on. What happened? What's the defense doing? Let's figure this out before we go out for our next series and all that. For sure, you make a really great play, and he does. They all celebrate, and he still does that particular thing. There's two parts to this, which is when positive plays happen and getting really into it and celebrating and being the swagger. And then there's when negative plays happen and people want to see him get on people and yell at somebody. I think after the play where Elijah Moore that I've referenced a couple times this week, where they miscommunicated, he looked frustrated, right? Like he kind of snapped his chin strap off, right? Like something like that. I think, and did we see, and I didn't particularly see him like go to Elijah Moore and say something, and I don't know if he would or he did, or even if he blames him necessarily, right? Whatever it is. Maybe he's blaming himself. I'm not sure. Maybe that's an instance where people want to see something like that, and that's in a more of a negative light. I also, though, when he talked this week about it, I took it more even as throughout the week, not just on game day, right? Which is throughout the week being that guy to, hey, maybe this is what we need a little bit more of at practice when we're kind of doing everything that we're doing and scoring and all those kinds of things. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm trying to hit on everything the caller said because there was a lot in there. And I'm like, I just think that there's a perception of what happens there. And it's not wrong that maybe people say, I want to see him smile more like the grandma. But, man, if you're expecting this guy just to run off the field and start like going up and down the sidelines and yelling at people, that's just not how it works.
Mm-hmm. David in Cleveland is up next. Hey, David, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I find it lunacy that we're relitigating this whole conversation about wide receiver again. It seems like year after year we're back at the same point. And it's sort of a departure from how Brandon Beane operated prior to Stephon Diggs. When he went out and in that draft with the great wide receivers that came down, Justin Jefferson and so on. And a lot of the draft nicks projected Justin Jefferson to drop to us, and it turns out that was correct at our draft position. But Brandon Beane ignored the draft nicks and said, I'm going to go out and get a difference maker now. And they went out and got Stephon Diggs. And what was Stephon Diggs' trait? An elite separator, a master, a tactician with route running. So now you fast forward to the draft with Ladd McConkey and the draft several years ago, where the Bills went out and took Keon Coleman. It just doesn't make a lot of sense what they did. I mean, what led to Josh Allen's ascension? It was Diggs. And what is Diggs? Again, an elite route runner, fast, but a tactician. What was Ladd McConkey? Same thing. Do the Kansas City Chiefs worry about having a lot of guys sort of similar characteristics? Because I know you guys touched on it earlier, saying that he's basically a Khalil Shakir, and we all know that's not the case. What's Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy and Rishi Rice? They're kind of sort of similar in a lot of ways. The Chiefs don't seem to worry about that. And I think, until Brandon Beane gets back to the basics and looks at and tries to look at what was successful in the past, rather than trying to grasping at straws, Josh Allen is never going to get the help he needs.
Thanks, David, for the phone call.
I do think, by the way, that really quick, before Sal, I turn over you, like, some of those guys are a little different. McConkey is I think, you want to describe him as a route runner and a technician at that kind of stuff. I think you're right. I don't think Worthy is quite that.
No,
Worthy's pretty good at that stuff, but he's a good player because of his elite speed.
The Chiefs have a couple of raw speed guys.
I don't know. Like, the question there to me sounds like, do the Bills know at this moment that they need that?
Maybe. I took the question as, and Sal, we'll get your thoughts on it, why don't the Bills value separation the way that they used to? Because it was more than just Diggs. I mean, Emmanuel Sanders, John Brown was speed and separation. Beasley could do a lot of good things. Like, they had a lot of that. And now it seems like, if nothing else, like the way they want to build is to have the receiver roles a little bit more defined. And, we talk about Palmer as the one that beats man. And he's kind of the one. Past that, you might even get more from Khalil Shakir or Elijah Moore or Curtis Samuel if you could use them more down the field and tried some more things. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot there, Sal. But suffice to say that Keon Coleman is under the microscope these days.
Yeah, for sure. When Josh was drafted, I know for sure that a big thought for them was to get guys, if he's not going to be the most accurate quarterback because he wasn't coming out of college and you have to work on that and they're going to develop that more, was to get guys with large catch radiuses. You guys remember the first group he worked with, right?
Yeah. Kelvin Benjamin and Andre Holmes.
And I remember thinking, that's not the best idea.
Right. Yeah.
And then they went for
that
separators.
Was the thought.
Yeah.
Right, that was the thought. And then it went more towards, just get guys who are going to get open, and he's going to throw it to them. And they went more to that. That was John Brown. That was Cole Beasley. When Beane makes the trade for Diggs, people can say all they want to this day, like, oh my God, they could have waited on Justin Jefferson. That's fine. The Bills needed somebody who was established a number one at that time. Like, that was what they needed. I don't think it was the wrong move to get a Stephon Diggs for Josh Allen. Look what happened. Josh Allen elevated, right, and became an elite quarterback having Stephon Diggs. So that was a great, a thing for him at that time and what the Buffalo Bills needed. I think what happened over the years is, because of Stephon's aura, personality, and I'm not saying that he was a bad teammate or anything like that, but it became clear that, man, when you have a number one receiver that, needs targets here, this quarterback, this offense does not function as well when there's that particular pressure to get him, right? And I think, maybe there's been too much, to me, there's been too much of a lean into let's not have one of those because we don't want to have that happen again. And now maybe you have to go revisit that and say, well, wait a minute. I think we do need one of those, but you got to have the right personality as well.
I just also don't know where anyone would get that offense didn't work. I mean, they finished third multiple times. And on points per game, we did the math yesterday, Sal. Like, they had a year where they had more points per game in those years than they did last year. The Bills like to say last year broke records, and that's in part because there was a 17th game. They did have a higher points per game previously in an Allen offense. So I know that's not necessarily the point you're making, but we know why they kind of went the way they did. They want to be multiple. They want to be able to run the ball and also like kind of win that way and be more difficult from a matchup standpoint. So, hopefully the build that they want, we can see a little more of it this week against Carolina. And, will the downfield passing game come back at any point? We'll find out. I feel like in the building, there's certainly a discussion that they'd like to get it back.
No doubt. I thought about your poll this morning, too, which is offense or defense. It's funny. I think I might lean towards I'd rather see the defense kind of step it up and show they can stop the run a little bit and feel good about the two additions coming in, Hoyt and Ogunjobi, and even, say, okay, then Max Harrison's coming in. Because I actually think even if the offense struggles, I always have faith it'll turn around eventually because they have Josh Allen, right? Like, that's just kind of the way I look at it, where if you continue to struggle on defense and an Andy Dalton-led offense, by the way, probably you're going to be facing, I think there's still more of a, oh, man, this is just going to be what's going to happen all year. I'm not going to keep feeling that about the offense. Even if the offense struggles and doesn't score 20 points, I think I'm still going to have it there. Okay, they have Josh Allen. They'll make a move. There'll be something. They'll be okay. They can run the ball. Weather will turn. They'll be fine. I'll probably feel that way even if the offense struggles. I think if the defense struggles with adding in the two guys against Andy Dalton, I'm not going to feel nearly as good about the prospects of the future.
You have a smirk on your face, Joe.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's the question of like I've got two scores in my mind right now. What would you rather have? And I'll make them both Bills wins, just because everyone can be happy on some level. Would you rather have them win 20-14, or would you rather have them win 41-35?
Most people would say 41-35. I think. Because every year they've come out of a two-game...
Even though 35 against Andy Dalton would look like...
Every year they've come out of a two-game losing streak and they've kind of got back on track, it's because they start scoring like 35 points.
Right.
I think the answer to me, Joe, unfortunately, and I know that you can't do this, would be how you get to the high points, because is it end of the game garbage time? You know what I mean? But if Andy Dalton's lighting up their defense, I'm not going to feel that good about it. And if Josh Allen and the offense can't score, I won't feel as good, but I'll still believe. Look at the Carolina Panthers defense is pretty good, actually. Look at their numbers.
It's much improved this year, it is. I thought,
right?
I thought when Joe, you got that smirk on your face, I thought the question you were going to ask was some version of like, should I work for the offense to struggle so they're more inclined to make a move to make it better?
I'm not doing that. I'm not rooting for the offense to tank.
I've seen that smirk before. I thought,
no.
I've had that smirk before. All right, thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys. I'll have Sean McDermott on, and probably it looks like we're going to be a little after 11 a.m. today, so we can get the injury report and designations. But you never know. The production meetings, things like that, always going on a Friday, but it looks like a little after 11 a.m.
Very good. Sal's got the Extra Point Show at 10 o'clock. Thanks, Sal. 803-0550, back to your phone calls in a minute. Our phones are back up. Our stream is back up. We're firing on all cylinders just in time to get into a weekend.
We still don't know officially that lines 5 and 6 work.
This is true. We got to fill up lines 5 and 6 and make sure those work. 803-0550, but we'll get to the people that are on hold next. And a Friday treat. Howard picks the Bills. On a Friday. Howard picks the Bills. And he's going to pick them again on Tuesday next week. So we got to see with the 2 consecutive losses, the bye week, Does he have a rant inside of him? Let's find out. Howard picks the Bills, and more of your calls. Chris Brown at 8:30. Mike DiStefano on the Jays and the Leafs, who are in town at 9:30 here on WGR. Jeremy White here for AAA to tell you all about how AAA can help you save money, get better insurance, all of it. AAA is more than just roadside rescue. They are your local insurance agents here to protect what matters most. And as an insurance agency, AAA works with more than a dozen top carriers to shop competitive rates and find coverage that actually fits your needs and budget. From auto and home to life, renters, pet insurance. Maybe you need pet insurance. I've had pet insurance, and
Bills injury report yesterday looked the same as Wednesday. Daquan Jones, Josh Palmer, Taylor Rapp all not practicing. Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Curtis Samuel, Max Hairston, and Terrell Bernard were all limited. Sal will have Sean McDermott on the Extra Point Show later today. We'll get injury designations for Sunday against Carolina. Around 10:30 to 11-ish, but always fluid on the Extra Point Show with McDermott. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Chargers, pretty easy time beating the Vikings, 37-10 final. They go to 5-3. LA in first place in the AFC West. Hockey tonight, Sabres host the Leafs. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen recalled by the team. They have 3 goalies now. And tonight, Game 1 of the World Series, Blue Jays and Dodgers just after 8 o'clock in Toronto. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I played with Rico in Dallas last year, so I know he's just the mindset that he brings and the way he runs is special. You know, they're both hard tackles. They're both good backs. It's going to be a challenge for sure. It's going to be like that gang tackle mentality. Got to make sure run to the ball.
Jordan Phillips on Rico Dowdle. Bills have their hands full maybe with the Carolina run game. It is a football Friday. Jeremy and Joe. It's brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. This time of the morning on a football Friday is time for improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts, ready to improve your home's comfort. Game plan. Get started at bluestarhs.com.
I know.
And we've got Mr. Howard Simon here.
I know. Pick me.
Yeah, perfect. You go ahead and improve the game plan.
Throw the ball downfield.
Okay. To who?
Yeah, to who?
Anybody wearing a Bills uniform.
Okay.
More than 5 yards downfield. Okay, so the question is who, and
to who?
I kind of don't have an answer to that part. The one guy who might do it is week to week.
Hey, there's a 4-2 40-time guy coming back onto the team this week. Let's have him run straight.
Who?
Max Harrison.
Oh, right.
We'll just run Max Harrison straight and see if he can just throw it as far as he can.
How we doing, boys?
We're good. We're good. You're here to pick the Bills. I appreciated yesterday, by the way. Happy Football Friday, everybody. Yesterday, was it yesterday? You had a tweet that was very much on brand. I appreciated everything about it.
Was it a blurry picture?
No. What it was you tweeted, I've spent all the 2 years of my life living in New York State, had never been to the Adirondacks, visited friends, went to Lake Placid, really absolutely cool. Beautiful part of our state. And very on brand for you is to discover something literally in your backyard 50 years in life. Like, turns out this place is kind of nice.
You guys heard of this place?
It's beautiful. I mean, you hit some of those areas and you see the mountains and the foliage on the hillsides and the lakes and the sunrises.
It's very nice.
Who knew it was there?
Right.
When did we get the Adirondacks? Is that a new thing?
Guys, just wait until he discovers the Finger Lakes.
It was a draft day trade. Yeah.
There's something called the Finger Lakes in our state?
Keep driving.
They're even closer. Yeah. Anyway.
I love you too.
Well, good to see you. It's time for you to pick the Bills off of 2 straight losses and a bye week. How's your mental state going into this pick?
You mean into this game, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Into the season, I have some other thoughts.
You got some issues.
Yeah, I do have some. I have some issues because the defense has problems at all 3 of its levels. And the offense, the passing game has become, too easy to stop. I mean, it's not scary. What happened? That doesn't mean they can't win games. It doesn't mean they won't make the playoffs. But in terms of, where this team has been and its ability to try and get to a Super Bowl, I mean, how could you project that now with all the problems they have? And that's the other thing, too. I know where's the solution for the passing game, right? We all want to see big plays, explosive plays, throw the ball downfield, let Josh wing it, Where's the solution? It's not on the roster.
No. Well,
so is Brandon Beane going to be able to get somebody? Does he even make a trade for a receiver within the next couple of weeks?
The one thing about the GM and the criticism toward the GM, if these Hairston Hoyt, Ogunjobi pieces, if the defense comes back together and turns out to be a good defense, we could say, all right, well, the receivers, this was the conversation after the draft, I didn't get receivers because it was the defense. If he actually does fix the defense,
well, then it's more of a complementary football team.
Sure. Then, of course, all right, well, not everybody has to agree with the way that they did it, but there'd be a reason to do it. If the defense is still bad and the offense can't do the things it used to be able to do,
trouble.
Then all of a sudden it looks like, what are we doing this for?
Well, that's why. But it's hard. I hope you're right. But historically, in recent seasons, the Bills will live and die on what? Their offense, because actually I shouldn't say that. They die in the playoffs because of their defense,
and
but
because
that's
their
the whole
offense has the
point.
ball late in games and doesn't score a touchdown or a field goal.
And apparently he's becoming a little bit more conservative again in his decisions to go for it on whether or not on fourth down.
Atlanta was a bad one.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are a lot of things that are troubling because the offense will drive this football team. If teams are now saying, hey, you know what, we're just going to do everything we can to stop James Cook.
Yeah.
You go ahead and beat us over the top, and if they can't do it, what are we in business for, folks? Like, that doesn't bode well. And I don't know how much you fix in season.
Well, trade deadline's in less than 2 weeks. Let's get to Howard Picks the Bills, a Friday edition, which means you're picking in a couple days again after this Carolina game. So, we'll see. Quick turnaround. But Howard's going to pick the Bills the rest of the season, and we'll see what the division looks like, too.
A tradition unlike any other.
Why are they losing?
I think it's you guys and your negativity. My guess is this show is just crushing these guys at this point, and it probably is weighing on them.
Yeah, right.
Mentally.
That might be right.
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills!
I bet your shows have been fun.
I mean, fun. You're blocking your camera, Howard. People can't see your face.
I did that by design.
Back to pass, has time, fires, and it's complete for a touchdown in the end zone to Dawson Knox!
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
All right. Time to pick the Bills. Bills and Panthers this week. I also got the New York Times playoff machine up, which now that it's up and running, I'm going to put it in my favorites so I don't have to look for it every time. Division odds, all that, because it's not just are they going to make the playoffs, it's where they're going to be. Bills, Panthers.
I'm going to look at this and go and pray that Rico Dowdle doesn't run for 451 yards on Sunday. And I'll also, McDermott's team's unbeaten out of the bye. They've had a couple weeks.
Nope, he's
8-0 out of the bye.
Haven't lost 3 in a row.
There you go. So I'm going to go with the Bills winning this game on Sunday, and I don't think it'll be a cakewalk, but I'll just say they find a way to beat Carolina.
Win. Bills hosting the Chiefs.
I mean, I had this as a win for so many times. I've recently flipped it to a loss. I'm not going to go 100% all in. Mahomes and the Chiefs' offense is back to unstoppable days, but their passing game looks really good now.
Do you want a stat on their offense?
I really don't, if it's a good stat.
I'm going to give it to you. In 2023,
thanks for asking.
Yeah. In 2023, they had 3 games where they scored 28 or more. In 2024, they had 4 games where they scored 28 or more.
Yeah.
In 2025, they have 4 games with 28 or more. So they've matched their 28 or more point total last season.
We were talking about it. Look at their wide receiver depth chart from 1 to 5. It's stacked. And you can make an argument that all 5 of those guys are better than the best thing the Bills have at wide receiver, maybe the top 2. Anyway, I'll take the Chiefs, boys.
Chiefs. All right, Howard picks the Chiefs there. Next up for the Bills in their schedule, it'll be the Dolphins.
Ooh, who is starting at quarterback for Miami?
Who's the backup again?
Is Jalen Waddle still there?
Quinn Ewers.
That's
recently
right.
It was Zach
switched
Wilson.
it over. That's right.
That is a post-deadline Dolphins team. So how much do
Phillips
they sell?
May be traded.
Could be.
Or Chubb. Or
Jordan
Waddle.
Skeleton
Brooks.
squad,
yeah.
basically.
I mean, that's a Bills victory. I don't care. Even if they don't trade anybody, the Bills should beat Miami.
Okay, Bills win. Bills home for the Buccaneers. What might be a big key to this game this far out?
What's have a receiver?
What's Bucky Irving's timeline?
That's been a weird one.
He's been in and out.
He is not even really back in. Like, he hasn't practiced, I think I saw, in 3 weeks.
We all know this game will go right down to the end, right? Doesn't every Tampa game go right down to pretty much to the very end, the final possession?
Yep.
I will give the edge to the Buccaneers for now and Baker Mayfield, who, despite all the injuries around him on offense, are finding ways to win close games.
I'm looking for the latest on Bucky Irving. He is ruled out this week, as is Chris Godwin.
Yeah, already.
And Evans is he
Evans
out
on for most of the year.
Maybe he comes back for the playoffs. But
I saw that injury.
All right,
that
you're
was
picking
tough.
the Bucs. Bills at Texans on Thursday Night Football.
I go back and forth on this one. I'm going to give it a loss for a compilation of reasons.
That's tough.
1, I'm not in a good place with the Bills right now. 2, it's a short week and it's a road game. They're hopping on a plane on a Wednesday, so I'll say My wife won't be happy because she's going to the game, but that's the way it goes.
I'm going to freak out if they lose to the Texans. That team. You see, they're the first team in NFL history to have the number one defense in the league through 7 weeks and have a losing record.
Wow. Defense wins championships, Joe. Bills at Steelers. At Steelers.
I don't care what happens. I mean, the Bills could lose every game up to the Steelers game. I'll still pick them to beat Pittsburgh. I just can't do it.
I like it.
I can't pick a Steelers win, ever.
Bills at Bengals.
Joe Flacco. Isn't it amazing? I had to pause and think, could they lose to Joe Flacco? I still don't think the Bengals defense would be able to get the better of Josh Allen. I'll take the Bills to win the game.
Bills win. Bills at Patriots. At this point,
if you have five losses.
Have 5 losses already. If they lose this game, it's going to be tough to envision them winning the division.
I would like to point out one thing here before I make this pick. Remember, I'm making a pick of a game down the road based on what's happening right now with the two teams and how they're playing.
Right.
I will take New England.
New England.
Sorry.
I think if that happens,
the wild card,
the division's already over.
If they lose
that's
game,
their 6th.
If this is happening, they don't win the division.
I think it's dead going into the Cleveland game.
Yeah, you have that as their 6th loss.
Hey,
New England would have to get to 7.
It's not happening.
They have to get to 7 losses for you to pass. Or I'm sorry, 6, and you have to, no.
I would like to remind people that this doesn't mean this is how the season will play.
You are in a bad place.
I don't know.
Bills at Browns.
There's a lot of traffic on the thruway coming home. I'll take the Bills.
Bills home for the Eagles.
I felt really bad that people would be upset that the Bills had 6 losses. So, actually, you know what? Philadelphia is still a puzzle offensively. Jalen Hurts. I think they don't use Saquon Barkley as much as they should. I don't think they'll trade A.J. Brown by the deadline. I will take the Bills to actually win that game.
Bills win over the Eagles. One thing about Saquon Barkley and the Eagles, the last couple of years, the Eagles have been number 1 in rushing yards before contact. Their line paves the way, and they put Barkley back there, and he ran for nearly 2,000 yards. Where are they this year? Like 20th.
Wow.
They're not blocking up the run game as well as they have. Bills beat the Eagles, and then Bills, Jets. That might be – that's – you know what that game is? Because in this scenario, they are 10-6.
10-6.
They're deciding if they're playing for a seed.
I'm not sure they're clinched at 10-6.
You know what? You might be right.
They might not be.
I think they're playing to clinch a playoffs.
They're probably. You're 10-6. I bet you're 95% to make the playoffs. You need 8 things to go against you.
2 or 3 other things.
But you're not 100% there yet.
They'll beat the Jets.
Bills win. Make the playoffs.
11-6.
11-6.
That's the worst record I have you picking yet this year.
And that's not. They don't win the division.
No, I wouldn't.
Because New England would have to get to 10-7.
Yeah, because they'll have the tiebreaker.
And just looking at the Patriots' schedule,
they're not losing 7. I think if they beat the Bills,
they already have 2 losses. New England, and they would need to lose 5 more of these games.
Atlanta, Cleveland,
Browns,
next couple.
Falcons, Bucks, Jets, Bengals, Giants, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins. That's 9. They have to lose 5 of those.
That's tough.
You take out the Jets twice and the Dolphins. That's 5 of 6 against the rest.
You know, it's entirely possible I'm getting carried away with how good Drake May looks. You never know.
I said to Joe today,
it's pretty good.
It's actually gone too fast now.
That's correct.
There's supposed to be a check yourself game.
Correct.
And maybe that's Cleveland this week or Atlanta next week. But there's supposed to be, this guy's great, he's amazing. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, bad day.
Yeah.
Back on track. And maybe that's this week.
Well, Cleveland's defense is good enough that he could have a problem against them.
Do you know this year's Falcons have one of the best pass defenses ever in terms of yards per game?
Yeah, they were number 1, I think, going into the Bills game.
Yeah, they've given 140 yards passing per game.
Did you plug in his record into the playoff machine?
I did.
What does that say their division odds are?
85% to be in a wild card spot.
Okay.
With that record.
So probably 15%.
Yep, that's it.
15% to win the division.
Yep.
You still want me back next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go on social media and see how it's going over.
11-6.
Go Sabres.
It would, by the way, isn't that how it's supposed to go? 11-13, 11-13, 11-13. Don't they?
Yeah, that's true. Yes, you'd be in line with the
it's an
rule.
It's an 11 year.
The 11-13 rule.
Oh, is it? I didn't know
they go every other.
Every year it's 11 and 13, 11 or 13
for
every
6 years.
Really?
Yes.
I never picked up on that.
Yep.
So this would be an 11-year.
Well, see, I'm just kind of going with the trend.
You're fulfilling the prophecy.
Yeah.
Yeah. 13-11, 13-11, 13, and then 10.
Huh.
2019. So they've alternated between 13 and 11 since 2020.
Since Allen got really good.
Yep.
Well, listen, if they don't beat Carolina Sunday, I am definitely not coming in next week.
No, because you're going to pick them to miss the playoffs at like 8 and 9.
Yeah, so let's just plan on not doing this if they.
Well, next week's the Chiefs, so I mean it's going to be an intense. It's going to be an intense week.
That'll be fun.
It's going to be an intense week.
Yeah, and the Chiefs fans won't be annoying leading up to that game at all.
Just beat the Chiefs, and then we won't be able to take any joy from it because it's the playoffs anyway.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. If they beat the Chiefs, it will mean a lot
big.
to me.
That's huge. That's right.
All right. Thank you for coming in.
All right, fellas.
See you like Tuesday, Wednesday?
Tuesday.
See you Tuesday. He's going to pick the Bills after the Bills and Panthers.
Can't wait.
All right. Chris Brown, 8:30. More of your phone calls. If you're on hold, stick with us. 803-0550, what you're looking for. We'll break down that rumor again, too. Rumor watch about the Saints receivers. A little bit on that. Hopefully some more gets moving on that today. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official sportsbook of WGR. NBA season is upon us. It is. You've got two pieces of NFL insider stuff. Number one, I saw this tweeted first by Sleeper NFL and then by Underdog NFL. These are both fantasy sites.
Accounts, yeah.
But it was attributed to Jonathan Jones, lead NFL insider for NFL on CBS, Jonathan Jones.
Okay.
SI Now, formerly the Charlotte Observer as well. Like he's been around the league, covers the league. And he had it, or they quoted him as, the Bills are exploring potential wide receivers to add ahead of the deadline. All right.
Yep.
So Jonathan Jones said that. Then Jordan Schultz. Jordan Schultz of tried to fight with who? Was it Rappaport or was it Schefter?
They fought at a Starbucks. I'm in Rappaport.
Yeah,
I don't know where he is now,
Jordan
though.
Schultz was
Fox
mad about that. NFL Insider, the Schultz Report.
Okay,
NFL Insider. The two wide receivers in New Orleans, Olave and Shaheed, are being monitored by wide receiver needy teams ahead of the trade deadline per sources. Both are set to become free agents after the season, share the same representation. With the Saints sitting at 1-6, several teams are wondering if New Orleans might move one to gain future assets. He then issued a clarification. Olave has one more year after this, but is in need of an extension. Shaheed is an impending free agent. The question around the league remains the same. Are the Saints going to pay both? If not, will they trade one? And with both having the same representation, it could create a scenario where one influences the other. I do think that's an interesting note.
That the agent is the same?
They share the agent.
Yeah.
So
if the agent wants the most for both players,
or if nothing else, the agent will know how the team is looking at, like, hey, they're talking about giving Chris, 4 years, blah, blah, blah. So Rashid Shaheed, I don't know. They're making this one their priority over this one. They could prioritize Shaheed because they have the fifth-year option on Olave next year for $15 million, and then they could extend him after that. So, teams are monitoring what's happening. Is that even really a report? Are teams always monitoring contracts and this and that? So
the fact that you're bringing their names into the light at all, I guess, is a little something.
Rob in New Jersey. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Question for you. You've been talking since last week about Allen and the sack rate increasing from previous years. I hate bringing this up, but I'm just curious, is there any thought that in year 8 he's hit that peak and we're kind of on the downward turn at this point? And that's why we're getting hit more and having trouble getting away and all that.
Because you think Allen has already hit his peak?
I'm asking if you think that could possibly be the reason why he's suddenly getting hit more.
Yeah.
And
let me give you thanks, Rob. This is a fair question, I think.
Sure.
To anybody's opinion here. Well, Rob, first, before I let you go, what do you think about it?
I don't think that's the case. I'm hoping you guys will talk me off the ledge. To be honest with you.
Well, fair enough. Here's what I would say. I saw last night, again, like not every game relates to last night, but one of the reasons Allen's taking more sacks is it not because they're blitzing him like crazy? They're sending everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing both the Patriots and the Falcons and the Saints, and teams have been aggressive in blitzing Allen, and it's almost, he's facing a lot of man coverage too. So last night, Justin Herbert was blitzed a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota blitzes all the time. What did Justin Herbert do against the blitz? 13 of 15, 162, 2 touchdowns. He also threw a pick, but 13 of 15, 162, and 2 touchdowns. He has answers against the blitz.
Yeah.
What does he have? He has a brand new emerging tight end in Oronde Gadsden.
That guy.
He has Ladd McConkey, elite separator, who's open all the time. He has a rookie in Trey Harris.
He's a steady veteran. He always knows where he is.
Keenan Allen. And Quentin Johnston. And last night, Joe Alt's back. So, that's a big boost for their offensive line. But when I'm thinking about why Allen's taking sacks, it's not necessarily new to this year because I've said these words in this microphone before in years past. This will shock you to say this is a point about receivers. But if they had guys that separated quicker sometimes against some of these blitzes, or if they had better scheme ideas against the blitz, he would probably be protected. If there's anything that's frustrating Allen right now, my guess is it's that he doesn't have the easy button answers against the blitz the same way that they have. Owen Parker, the parlay killer. He's still the parlay killer. He did not kill the parlay last night. We had who sacked? Somebody had a sack.
Jonathan
Greenway.
Grenard. No.
Jonathan Grenard.
So I hit again.
You hit.
I think I've hit every game this season.
Owen hit over 5.5 catches for Ladd. I did not hit my Jordan Mason touchdown, which my working theory is that Owen's powers of killing parlays actually seeped into me because they dressed Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason anytime touchdown, which I had. Jordan Mason didn't touch the ball last night.
Yeah,
it was a tough bet.
4 touches.
So
wear that paper bag.
And put that paper bag on.
Wow.
Parlay killer. I killed the parlay with Jordan Mason. So I'll wear this until I don't kill it.
I think you have to wear it the rest of the show, actually, is what should have to happen.
It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. Listen, I think the lesson we learn here is we got to work as a team. When I picked Jordan Mason, you said, wait a minute, Aaron Jones might be healthy. I'm just saying, we need to collaborate. In previous killed parlays from Owen, he's made picks, and we've said, so maybe we all, work as a team here.
We need to get
we
together.
We got to get in the lab
more.
as a team.
Yeah, we need to pick how we think the game is going to go.
This thing does not fit well with headphones on.
Or is it the hat?
The hat might be an issue.
I think
too.
the hat is the issue.
Yeah, it could be an issue.
Yeah,
it's Football Friday. Chris Brown joins us at 8:30.
Our quest to not. So now are the people that were taking my leg and your leg in the parlay and not Owen's? Are you now off that train? Are they just going to take mine?
Hold on.
It's going to become the Sneaky Joe bet of the day instead of the parlay.
Hey, the 1-6 Saints are playing the 6-1 Colts. So who should you trust?
Yeah, I don't know that you.
He's still a parlay killer,
right?
Yeah,
my one win doesn't scrub my record.
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying they're not going to trust either one of you now.
Oh,
it's going to be just my bet.
Look at this guy. Let the record show you mocked the idea of Oronde Gadsden going over 41 yards last night.
I did. I think he did it. He did it
crazy high.
I think he did it on the second drive.
He looks pretty good. All right, back to your phone calls on the Bills. Who do you want to see a game from? The offense, the defense? Are you confident they're going to get things right against Carolina? 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. You've got two pieces of NFL insider stuff. Number one, I saw this tweeted first by Sleeper NFL and then by Underdog NFL. These are both fantasy sites.
accounts, yeah.
But it was attributed to Jonathan Jones, lead NFL insider for NFL on CBS, Jonathan Jones.
Okay.
SI Now, formerly the Charlotte Observer as well. Like, he's been around the league, covers the league. And he had it, or they quoted him as, the Bills are exploring potential wide receivers to add ahead of the deadline. All right.
Yep.
So Jonathan Jones said that. Then Jordan Schultz. Jordan Schultz of tried to fight with who? Was it Rappaport or was it Schefter?
They fought at a Starbucks. I'm in Rappaport.
Yeah,
I don't know where he is now,
Jordan
though.
Schultz was
Fox
mad about that. NFL Insider, the Schultz Report.
Okay,
NFL Insider. The two wide receivers in New Orleans, Olave and Shaheed, are being monitored by wide receiver needy teams ahead of the trade deadline, per sources. Both are set to become free agents after the season, share the same representation. With the Saints sitting at 1-6, several teams are wondering if New Orleans might move one to gain future assets. He then issued a clarification. Olave has one more year after this, but is in need of an extension. Shaheed is an impending free agent. The question around the league remains the same. Are the Saints going to pay both? If not, will they trade one? And with both having the same representation, it could create a scenario where one influences the other. I do think that's an interesting note.
That the agent is the same?
They share the agent.
Yeah.
So
if the agent wants the most for both players...
Or if nothing else, the agent will know how the team is looking at, like, hey, they're talking about giving Chris, 4 years, blah, blah, blah. So Rashid Shaheed, I don't know. They're making this one their priority over this one. They could prioritize Shaheed because they have the fifth-year option on Olave next year for $15 million, and then they could extend him after that. So, teams are monitoring what's happening. Is that even really a report? Are teams always monitoring contracts and this and that? So
the fact that you're bringing their names into the light at all, guess is a little something.
Good to see you. It's time for you to pick the Bills off of 2 straight losses and a bye week. How's your mental state going into this pick?
You mean into this game? It's not that bad.
Okay.
Into the season, I have some other thoughts.
You got some issues.
Yeah, I do have some. I have some issues because the defense has problems at all 3 of its levels, and the offense, the passing game has become, too easy to stop. I mean, it's not scary. What happened? That doesn't mean they can't win games. It doesn't mean they won't make the playoffs. But in terms of where this team has been and its ability to try and get to a Super Bowl, I mean, how could you project that now with all the problems they have? And that's the other thing, too. I know where's the solution for the passing game, right? We all want to see big plays, explosive plays, throw the ball downfield, let Josh wing it. Where's the solution? It's not on the roster.
No. Well,
so is Brandon Beane going to be able to get somebody? Does he even make a trade for a receiver within the next couple of weeks?
The one thing about the GM and the criticism toward the GM, if these Hairston Hoyt, Ogunjobi pieces, if the defense comes back together and turns out to be a good defense, we could say, all right, well, the receivers, this was the conversation after the draft, I didn't get receivers because it was the defense. If he actually does fix the defense...
Well, then it's more of a complementary football team.
Sure. Then, of course, all right, well, not everybody has to agree with the way that they did it, but there'd be a reason to do it. If the defense is still bad and the offense can't do the things it used to be able to do, then all of a sudden it looks like, what are we doing this for?
Well, that's why. But it's hard. I hope you're right. But historically, in recent seasons, the Bills will live and die on what? Their offense, because actually I shouldn't say that. They die in the playoffs because of their defense,
and because
but that's
their
the
offense
whole
has
point.
the ball late in games and doesn't score a touchdown or a field goal.
And apparently he's becoming a little bit more conservative again in his decisions to go for it on whether or not on fourth down.
Atlanta was a bad one.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are a lot of things that are troubling because the offense will drive this football team. If teams are now saying, hey, you know what, we're just going to do everything we can to stop James Cook.
Yeah.
You go ahead and beat us over the top, and if they can't do it, what are we in business for, folks? Like, that doesn't bode well.
The first 10 seconds of it.
Football Friday here on WGR. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Bills Injury Report looks the same on Thursday that it did on Wednesday. No practice for Daquan Jones, Josh Palmer, or Taylor Rapp. Limited at practice, Curtis Samuel, Matt Milano, Dalton Kincaid, Max Hairston, and Terrell Bernard. Sean McDermott goes on with Sal Capaccio on the Extra Point Show later on this morning, where we will find out game designations for Sunday's game against Carolina. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Chargers win pretty easily over the Vikings. 37-10 was the final. LA goes to 5-3 on the year. Hockey tonight. Sabres hosting the Maple Leafs, 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Sabres now with 3 goaltenders. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen recalled from Rochester, so Luukkonen, Ellis, and Lyon all up with the team right now. World Series Game 1 is tonight in Toronto. Blue Jays hosting Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers, who are looking for back-to-back World Series. Game 1 tonight, first pitch just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And when I say open it up and be a little more expansive, I don't mean have them drop back and throw 60 yards down the field. You know, when you watch certain teams, the Lions, when you see those kinds of teams that work the intermediate levels effectively with their concepts, you know, it's multiple receiver concepts. It's combination routes. I feel like I don't see as much of that from the Bills. And again, I'm giving you my interpretation of it. That's the way I think about the pass game.
Greg Cosell on the Bills pass game. Bills and Panthers. We'll remember some Panthers today, too.
Remember some
Want to flirt with that a little bit? Remember some Panthers.
When I went to that stadium last summer. Was there visiting my mom, and we went to a Charlotte FC game, who plays at that stadium. By the way, massive Panther statues outside that stadium.
That's right.
Massive Panther statues. And they're like kind of up in the air, so they're looking down on you. Like they're up in a tree about to pounce. Like
kind of like the Detroit Tigers have that at their stadium. Tigers everywhere.
The names that were like retired in the stadium were funny to me.
Kevin Green.
Yeah, I got to pull it up.
Kevin Green. I'm on.
I know.
Remember some Panthers? I'm on Tim Biakabatuka. How's that?
I do not. That is not a name I have ever heard in my life.
Tishamanga Biakabatuka. Tim Biakabatuka.
Maybe I have heard it because I think I just nailed it.
Former Michigan running back Biakabatuka. Yeah.
All right, here we go. I got the pictures from the stadium. The guys whose names are like in the Ring of Honor.
For the Panthers?
Who, by the way, the thing I was making fun of is the names in their Ring of Honor look like. They look like the stickers on a fantasy draft board up at the top. Sam Mills.
Yep, linebacker Sam Mills.
Jake Delhomme.
Yeah.
Jordan Gross.
Okay, offensive lineman.
Steve Smith. That's an easy one. And then, this is why I remember it being ridiculous. They have in the Ring of Honor PSL owners.
Oh, that's right. Nice.
PSL owners in the stadium. And that was it. Like, Muslin Muhammad is the other one.
Muslin Muhammad, yep.
Like,
he was good.
It's not
good to great.
Good to great. There wasn't like the most iconic football players ever, though. Like, if I want to go to Lambeau next year when the Bills go to Green Bay, and like I expect to go to Lambeau and be like, they're the,
Your names of guys I never saw play.
Right, but these are like historic greats. Like these are guys that wore leather helmets that built this sport, right?
Yeah.
Bart Starr is up there on the. He didn't wear leather helmets, but
remember
like,
some.
You go to the Panthers and it's like. A list of guys that went 7-9 100 times.
I'm trying to think. Dom Capers was a coach for them at some point, wasn't he? And Dom Capers, their
maybe
first
my
coach?
My earliest memory of them, John Fox is the coach.
All right.
I really only how many coaches did they had? It was John Fox right to Ron Rivera. Did they have 2 coaches for like 20 years, or was there a guy in between there?
Great question. I'll find out.
I don't remember another one. Like there've been guys more recently.
George Seifert. Frank Reich, Matt Rule, Ron Rivera, Steve Wilkes,
Terry
Fuel.
Fox and Rivera were their only coaches from 2002 to 2019. For 17 years, they only had 2 coaches.
803-0550. Give us a call on this Bills offense, defense, which side of the ball you're looking for a little bit more from. The Vikings and Chargers last night, by the way, the Chargers getting that win. They're 5-3. Their next 4 games, Titans, Steelers, Jaguars, Raiders. That AFC West race is a real race. I don't think the Chiefs are in any danger of missing the playoffs.
No.
But they are going to still have to track down the Chargers because they are behind them in standings with the tiebreaker loss. So we'll see. The Chiefs have the Commanders this week, and the Commanders have been a mess.
And they don't have Jaden Daniels.
That's right.
Already been ruled out. They also might not have McLaurin. Oh, McLaurin might play this week, but whatever. Mariota. I think that's a 12-point spread this week because they're going up against a backup quarterback.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. And remember some Panthers along the way if you want. Greg Olson.
That's a good one. Deshaun Foster.
That's all right.
I think he's a head coach now.
I like that.
Isn't he?
What Bills players?
Head coach.
I mean, a lot of former Panthers remember some Panthers is remember some Bills, right?
Oh, sure.
They'll come here like Star Latulele.
Deshaun Foster, by the way, is the head coach at UCLA. Star Latulele and A.J. Klein and Kelvin Benjamin.
Yep.
And what? And even more like really good. Kalen Clay was a receiver they had at one point.
That's a deep pull.
Yeah.
Josh in Boston. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Josh, you there?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
How you doing, man? I listen to you guys every morning at work. My bad.
No, it's good. Thanks, Josh. Thanks for listening.
I think the offense definitely has to get back on track. I think the play calling could be a lot better. I mean, I like Joe Brady. He's done good since he's got the job, but I just think, it always looks so hard. And then you watch a game like last night where the Chargers are just swinging it everywhere. And I know we don't have receivers like they do, but just when you have a good quarterback like that, it's tough,
Thanks, Josh. Joe and I were just looking at chart alert. A new chart just came out. Judah Fortgang, who does some fancy stats and good stuff. I actually subscribe to Judah. I think he does incredible work. Anyway, what he had was create rate for quarterbacks. Like what do they do when pressured versus what do they do when they have a clean pocket and they can operate in the scope of their offense. And it was, as you might expect, Josh Allen, one of the best in the league at the create rate. And the other one he titled is like destroy rate. But what do you do when you have your offense? It does what it wants, and you don't have pressure. And Allen ranked there. It's very middle of the pack, next to Kyler Murray, next to Bo Nix, behind Tua, behind guys that just don't in the structure of the offense, drop back, pass it. Their success rate or their whatever, what they're doing when Allen isn't rolling out and kind of trying to create more is not terrible, but just kind of you would hope for better. You would expect better. So that's a spot where you would say weapons or get everybody healthy, get Kincaid back in, get better game planning, but just better ideas from Joe Brady. It's why Joe Brady's job is tough, is because anytime I see Josh Allen's name below other quarterbacks, I freak out. Maybe it's not exactly right all the time, but anyway, we'll see what they do against Carolina. What do you think happens in this game? Is it going to be Elijah Moore gets some use down the field on the outside, especially if Kincaid is not going to go? If they don't have Kincaid nor Samuel, and the offense is Dawson Knox, Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, Tyrell Shavers, Elijah Moore.
So basically the same personnel he had against Atlanta.
Yeah. Here's your difference. It's going to be James Cook is going to get 25 carries, and you're going to make sure that you're committing to the run game.
That's more what I think. What is what I want to look up? What is James Cook's career high in carries in a single game? What do you think that record is for him? Has he ever had 25 carries in a game? He had. All right, 25 is the exact number. He had 25 against Dallas a couple years ago.
217 yards or whatever?
179 yards.
179, yeah.
I want to predict that he's in the 20s this week, and maybe there's a chance he beats that. I think that's what they do. I think what they do is they realize, no, we don't have the receivers that can do this. If we don't have Dalton Kincaid or Josh Palmer, we're not going to be able to beat these guys. We're not just going to throw the ball to a covered Keon Coleman. What we're going to do is we're going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball like crazy. Cook's going to get 20 carries, and Ray Davis is going to get 5, and Ty Johnson's going to get 5, and we're going to have 30-plus rush attempts. And that's how we're going to control the game. That's how I feel like it would be more likely that they attack it. And you can debate how much you want, how likely that would give them a chance to win. I guess I would still predict they would win a game like that, but it would probably keep the game close. I think this game's going to be close. Kind of think both teams are going to try to run the ball a lot. So I don't think you're going to get a super high-paced game. I don't think you're going to get a ton of scoring. I mentioned earlier with Sal, like what would Bills fans take? A 41-35 win or a 20-14 win? I think the 20-14 win is way more likely.
Oh, I do
way
too.
more likely.
Yeah, because just there are going to be a lot of runs. Remember some Panthers in the chat, the He Hate Me guy. He hate me for the XFL. He was a Panthers player.
He was?
I believe so. Danny in Pittsburgh. I'll check that out. Danny in Pittsburgh. Good morning, Danny.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Rod Smart was his name.
Rod Smart.
And he
Also,
did indeed play for the Panthers.
Leonard Johnson, deep Panthers, Bills connection.
All right. That's right. Deep pull.
Question on the Bills playing nickel. So seems like they're playing less nickel this year. I don't know if that proves out from like a snap count
Nope,
standpoint.
they are.
It seems like they're playing three linebackers more often, opposed to previous years where they would make teams work to pry them out of nickel. And that just was really hard because they had Johnson who played the run so well. So has that percentage changed? And then what do you think that's related to? Is it Johnson falling off? Is it, teams changing how they handle it? I don't know what's going on.
No, that is definitely proven out in the numbers. They are running more base defense than they ever have. They were leading the league in nickel percentage usage of it every year. And they might still be using it more than other teams, but it used to be like 4 or 5% of the time that they would have three linebackers on the field. And the last time I saw it, they were like up around like 25-30%. Like it's gone way, way up. Now, part of that, though, is, I'm looking right now, like they see 12 personnel a pretty good amount. They're 10th. They see 12 personnel the 10th highest mark in the league. 27% of the plays. That's kind of it. I think is, all right, 27% of the time, you're seeing a two tight end set, 12 personnel at least. And whenever they see that, I think they're putting a third linebacker on the field. So it's kind of the flow of the league, I think, as to why they're doing it more than anything.
Another deep Bills-Panthers crossover. Mike Tolbert.
That guy used to drive me crazy how often they used to give him
Rick
the football.
Dennison loved handing that ball to Mike Tolbert.
I couldn't stand it.
Paul in Akron. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to say we need improvement on both sides of the ball. When we don't use, guys that we should, or plays aren't in called on the offense, or the defense lets us down, it's both sides of the ball, that we need improvement on. You guys were talking about scores earlier. Mm-hmm. Joe had mentioned, a couple different scores, and Sal was like worried about the 37-41 or something like that. What we need to do is do what we did to the Raiders, what Jim Kelly did, 51-3. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to have a goal. It seems like we have cheat codes, like on a game. We've got, a great running back that we don't use because we want to be diversified and throw it to other places. Okay, let's just say the run's going to get 12 yards. Oh, nah, we're going to try to run up the middle, instead of going with a 12-yard run around the side. No, use the cheat code. Make them stop it. That's just my opinion. We need both sides of the ball improvement. You guys have a good morning.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, that's one of the points that I'd like to make consistently. Like throughout what the Bills have needed to improve, this offseason was about mainly overhauling the defense. And we are about to start to see that. If I were to say for you, what are the 4 biggest pieces they added to their team? You would say first-round pick, Maxwell Hairston, maybe second-round pick, TJ Sanders, okay? Mm-hmm. And then Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, and Joey Bosa. Like, that's the 5. If I'd say your 5 biggest investments, those are your 5. We've seen Bosa. It's been okay. Pretty good, I think, as advertised. And the other 4, well, 3 of them are about to rejoin the team. So for defensive fields, 11 positions, I've got a bunch of changes that are coming. And I do think, I don't know if the Bills are going to make a move at receiver. I don't anticipate it. More people out there do. I don't, because I'm not going to be Charlie Brown with a football thinking they're finally going to do a thing and they're not going to do it. I don't anticipate it. But I do want to say, if the defense rounds into a top 10 unit, then any sort of criticism that has been thrown at the GM, and he's getting a lot for their receivers, would be quieted down because he makes the case, I did that because this defense needs to get fixed, and if it gets fixed, then it's, well, job well done. You accomplished a goal. So far, 6-7 weeks in, it's the receivers remain a conversation, which they probably will no matter what, and the defense hasn't shown anybody that it's going to be good enough to stop anybody any good. So I think they're kind of, whatever. He's probably getting a lot of criticism just because, hey, I did it for this. Yeah, well, that's not working right now either. At least right now, we probably start a better look at whether or not it's going to work.
Yeah, I got news for anybody, though, that thinks that might, or whoever, how they might act. Like, they're not turning into a top 10 defense. I don't, there's no way. Even with the additions that they're coming back. What would these players have to be for that to happen?
Harrison,
to go from where they are right now, which is like 25th, 26th in DVOA, to being a top 10 defense, Max Harrison would have to be the defensive rookie of the year.
He would have to be a really solid corner and
it'd be a great
make splash plays. Really what it comes down to is turnovers. They probably have to be the kind of defense that does that again.
The whole middle of their defense behind their defensive line is terrible. It's bad.
It's gettable. It's very gettable, yeah.
Like, I don't, and Poyer is not saving the day on that. He might help a little bit, and Milano coming back, and if he can play 3 games in a row, might help you a little bit. I just don't see it. With Bernard, Milano, Bishop, Poyer, or Rapp being the middle 4 of your defense, I don't think they have it in them.
Yeah, Poyer going in is this is how bad it's gotten. And that again, to me, is still like, the biggest surprise for them.
And listen, like, more injuries are going to pop up. Like, they're getting healthier on defense, I guess, but, like, someone will go out. Injuries will happen. And I don't think they're very prepared on defense to deal with another important injury if it does come.
Yeah. There's just no way they could have, maybe not no way they could have anticipated. There's no way that they expected that Taylor Rapp was going to become this year. And I'm, knee injury, okay.
Yeah.
I got to take them for their word, but there's just no way they expected this to be what Taylor Rapp's season was going to be, which has been a big problem.
I would even say, as someone that was not that high on him in the first place, that he was not as good as they thought he was. He's been even worse.
Yeah.
Like, last year, he graded out as a worse safety than DeMar Hamlin, for instance. Like, he was a below-average safety. He's
gone to unplayable.
Yeah, it's beyond that even.
Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. My Panther of the day is Julius Peppers. He seemed like he was playing there forever.
Yep. His name's in that stadium.
Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know if anyone mentioned him earlier.
Yep, he's good.
I think the problem, a lot of people don't agree with me, but I think Joe Brady's a problem. I think he handcuffs the offense, handcuffs Allen for sure. It just seems like, why aren't you using your weapon? And after last game, did it not seem like that when McDermott was talking about, like, how we got to do, it's almost like he's complaining about the play calls. You're the head coach. I mean, I don't know how much on game day he can override, say, no, don't do that or whatever, but it just seems like it's almost a disconnect or something, maybe. I could be totally wrong, but after that last game, McDermott talked about how he got too cute and not being this. And you're right, James Cook will rip off 9 yards, and we won't see him for 17 plays. But that's my thing. The offense is more the issue than the defense, because the defense did their job the last 2 games for this team, especially the second half against Atlanta. And we were like an inch away from a pick 6 to win that game. And it's like, man, every other year we would have got that pick. But that's just my point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Brady definitely also under the microscope. What can he cook up this week? Cook. Maybe it's Cook. It's Buffalo Bills Football Friday. This segment has been Who Needs to Get Results? Brought to you by Dan Cha-Cha, Injury Attorneys. Don't worry, Cha-Cha's got you. Who needs to get results? Allen? Brady? Coleman? No, Shakir? Coleman doesn't have to. I don't know if he has to. They might...
Has to do it to win the game or has to stay on the field?
Well, here's the thing about Coleman this week. If Samuel and Kincaid are both unavailable, don't they have to... Who do they look to? They can't run a game plan through Tyrell Shavers. Is it throwing the ball to Ty Johnson again and Ray Davis, something that worked really well last year?
I'd be into that more.
Like, maybe honestly, we're going to get into throws to the running backs once again. Maybe Dawson Knox is a big part of this game.
I would sooner want to throw the ball to Ty Johnson out of the backfield or throw the ball to Elijah Moore than I would to
Coleman.
Start chucking the ball over to a covered Coleman.
At the risk of just kind of guessing this, but if Coleman's not a big part of what they do offensively this week, then I don't know. I don't want to say it's all cooked, but man, this is an opportunity for a young receiver to step into a role and hey, time to show out. You wanted that against Atlanta, but it would have been, we didn't know what was going to happen. This is 2 weeks going into a game against Carolina. Can you get him into space? Can you get him spots where he can flourish? Because, of course, that's the job of the coach and the coaches. So we'll see. Dan Chacha, who needs to get results? Brought to you by Dan Chacha, injury attorneys. Don't worry, Chacha's gotcha. 803-0550. Chris Brown. When we return, we'll chat about the Bills and Panthers as the Bills make a trip to Carolina for their first time in quite some time. Josh Allen's first ever trip into this stadium. Football Friday, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Give us a ring at 803-0550. Good to see you. It's time for you to pick the Bills off of 2 straight losses and a bye week. How's your mental state going into this pick?
You mean into this game, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Into the season, I have some other thoughts.
You've got some issues.
Yeah, I do have some. I have some issues because the defense has problems at all 3 of its levels, and the offense, the passing game has become, too easy to stop. I mean, it's not scary. What happened? That doesn't mean they can't win games. It doesn't mean they won't make the playoffs. But in terms of where this team has been and its ability to try and get to a Super Bowl, I mean, how could you project that now with all the problems they have? And that's the other thing, too. I know where's the solution for the passing game, right? We all want to see big plays, explosive plays, throw the ball downfield, let Josh wing it. Where's the solution? It's not on the roster.
No. Well,
so is Brandon Beane going to be able to get somebody? Does he even make a trade for a receiver within the next couple of weeks?
The one thing about the GM and the criticism toward the GM, if these Hairston Hoyt, Ogunjobi pieces, if the defense comes back together and turns out to be a good defense, we could say, all right, well, the receivers, this was the conversation after the draft, I didn't get receivers because it was the defense. If he actually does fix the defense,
well, then it's more of a complementary football team.
Sure. Then, of course, all right, well, not everybody has to agree with the way that they did it, but there'd be a reason to do it. If the defense is still bad and the offense can't do the things it used to be able to do, then all of a sudden it looks like, what are we doing this for?
Well, that's why. But it's hard. I hope you're right. But historically, in recent seasons, the Bills will live and die on what? Their offense, because actually I shouldn't say that. They die in the playoffs because of their defense,
and because
but that's
their
the
offense
whole
has
point.
the ball late in games and doesn't score a touchdown or a field goal.
And apparently he's becoming a little bit more conservative again in his decisions to go for it on whether or not on fourth down.
Atlanta was a bad one.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are a lot of things that are troubling because the offense will drive this football team. If teams are now saying, hey, you know what, we're just going to do everything we can to stop James Cook.
Yeah.
You go ahead and beat us over the top, and if they can't do it, what are we in business for, folks? That doesn't bode well.
Sal, we've got some injuries to watch today. Sean McDermott, when you speak with him, we'll see if he rules anybody out of this game. The limited players are the ones, of course, we're thinking about the most here, right? We're thinking about Dalton Kincaid, Curtis Samuel, among others. So let's get to the injury report, the Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured. For help, call 1-800-8-million. What names are we really most keyed on today? Is it those 2? Are there any more?
I think the 5 guys who are limited are the ones we're really watching because several of them did not play against the Atlanta Falcons. Dalton Kincaid, 2 of them, Dalton Kincaid and Curtis Samuel, because Matt Milano as well. Matt Milano didn't play. So I think those are the 3 guys. Terrell Bernard did, but when Sean McDermott spoke earlier in the week, he termed all these guys basically day to day. When you say day to day, they practice all week. They're limited. I think it's trending well. So Terrell Bernard, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Curtis Samuel, all limited. Now, Max Hairston is on the injury report as limited because the rule a couple years ago was changed. Once a guy becomes designated to return, you have to start listing him on the injury report no matter what until he's actually on the roster. I mean, that is a guy that we'll be asking about today, and I'll be asking, what is his status? Is it possible he could play this weekend? I mean, I don't think so. That would be really interesting if all of a sudden we're like, if you hear Sean McDermott on the Extra Points show say, it's possible, or he won't rule out the fact that Max Hairston could play, I think that's interesting, and that'd be notable because he's been practicing only for a week. I think it's a bit too early for that, but we'll see. And then I wouldn't be surprised if he already rules out Daquan Jones, Joshua Palmer, and Taylor Rapp. None of them have practiced yet this week. And in fact, Jones and Palmer, not only did he call week to week, but he didn't even rule out them going on IR when asked about it.
Football Friday here on WGR. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Injury report looked the same as it did on Wednesday. No practice for Daquan Jones, Josh Palmer, or Taylor Rapp for the Bills, while Curtis Samuel, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Max Hairston, and Terrell Bernard were all limited. No practice for Bryce Young, by the way, yesterday, so it looks like Andy Dalton is indeed going to start against the Bills on Sunday, but of course that's not official just yet. Thursday Night Football, Chargers blow out the Vikings. They go to 5-3 on the year. Sabres host the Leafs tonight, 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. And Game 1 of the World Series tonight in Toronto, just after 8 o'clock. Dodgers and Blue Jays. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Every week it's about fundamentals. That's just the base about everything, right? If something goes back, something goes bad, everything's go back to fundamentals. That's just going to be the staple of us. Our biggest thing is emphasizing tackling. We had too many missed tackles in our last game, and we got to limit that and just go out there and play Buffalo Bill football.
Shaq Thompson there. Could see more of him as the season progresses. Bills and Panthers coming your way here on WGR Sunday, 1 o'clock. We'll check in here on this Football Friday with Chris Brown. His appearance brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 Volkswagen dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hard-working men and women. Chris, one thing I've learned is that a bye week, 2 weeks to talk about back-to-back losses, would not recommend. We've spent too much time, and I'm very excited for there to be actual football again so we can, get into the weekly routine, because 2 weeks on 2 losses is kind of tough.
Yeah, and I have to imagine the players feel similarly. The coaches definitely feel that way. We already heard Coach McDermott earlier this week talking about getting the itch on fixing things and having to go back into the office. When he was at home, his wife could see he was getting the itch to go back in. So, yeah, I think these guys will be ready to get back to football. And I thought it was interesting that Josh made a point of noting that, they've got to get the joy back in playing and some juice as well, because I think one of the things that has been sorely absent each of the last 3 times out on the field, they haven't matched the intensity of their opponent. They were able to still beat the Saints regardless, but you saw the juice that the Atlanta Falcons had and the readiness and the excitement to play on Monday Night Football, against a team like the Bills, and the Bills did not match it, and it made a difference in that game. They've got to recapture that.
Do you think, Chris, that could also just be them losing the game, or do you think that could mean certain changes to how they want to play? That kind of idea of the intensity and the juice maybe not being there.
No, I mean, Steve and I talked about this on our podcast, Bills by the Numbers, on whether or not there's such a thing as contention fatigue. And what I mean by that is, when you perennially go to the playoffs every year, regular season games suddenly don't get you as pumped to play, so to speak. I think we saw the Chiefs suffer from that each of the last couple of years, where they were eking out games because it's like, oh my gosh, let's just get to the playoffs already. We're better than half the teams in this league. Let's just get to the postseason. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I think sometimes that can creep in. And, a regular season game might be a little harder to get up the emotional fortitude to play, because Steve says it all the time. Like, it's not just a physical commitment to playing football. There's an emotional component to it as well, to get yourself up and ready to play. And if you don't bring that to the game and the other team has more of it, it can be harder for you to win a football game no matter how good a team you are.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline. Looking at this Carolina game, Chris, the offensive game plan, let's start there. Is it going to be keep it simple here? Let's lean back into the big people, lean back into James Cook. Is winning at the line of scrimmage and finding ways to kind of get on schedule with that?
Yeah, and look, to a certain extent, they may have to go that way, right? Because we still don't know if Kincaid is an option in this game. They're likely to be without Joshua Palmer, who has yet to practice and has a week-to-week ankle and knee injury. So they may be down weapons in the passing game anyway. So the run game might be what you lean on. Look, you're still the number one rushing team in football. You are playing a top 10 run defense, so it's strength on strength here. And, we saw the Bills' run game against the number 2 run defense in the Patriots sputter a little bit. How effective can you be? And does your offensive staff have a few wrinkles for you to help exploit, a Carolina run front that has been very good this season?
In terms of what they might do in the pass game, Chris, I think there's going to be a lot of running too in this game, and that Cook, I wonder if Cook could see 20 to 25 carries. What do you think about the running backs getting involved in the pass game? It wasn't like they were number one in the league last year, but there were games, Ty Johnson against Detroit, Cook had a couple of them, Ray Davis had a big play against Miami, where the running backs would mix in these big games in the pass game. And this year, that's not really happening to the same extent. So I don't know that's been much of a talking point, but it's been a missing component, I feel like, this year.
Yeah, just forget about the receptions. The Bills running backs had 8 receiving touchdowns last year. I think it went 3, 3, and 2. So it was evenly spread across the group. And, Ty Johnson is your third down back. Totally get that. If you're down Palmer and Kincaid's still a little gimpy, why wouldn't you put James Cook split out wide and use him as a receiving talent? I think he could get separation in a one-on-one matchup. So, if you're a little devoid of weapons in the passing game and you need a mismatch out there, I think Cook is a good option to turn to, especially in that third down package, knowing you have Ty Johnson in the backfield for protection. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what wrinkles and what new elements we see. I think there'll be subtle changes, but I'm curious to see what those might be.
Yeah, that could also play into like quick pass game, the run game that you talked about too, because, man, Chris, Josh got hit a lot in that Atlanta game, and I cannot imagine that's got to be a part of maybe their disappointment. Not just they lost the game, and also they didn't score many points, but I don't think they could play week in and week out with Allen getting hit that much.
Right, and look, the protection issues are two-folded there. One, the run game was not effective enough, and so you were in a lot of long down and distance situations, and that plays right into the hands of what the Falcons defense is good at, which is getting pressure on the quarterback and blitzing a lot, the highest blitz rate team in the league. So you're in 2nd and 10, 2nd and 12, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. You're playing right into the strengths of the Falcons defense. And the Falcons were coming off a bye, and they had some new blitz schemes that the Bills did not protect up properly. That's on McGovern and Josh to get on the same page with that. And we're so used to seeing those things, buttoned up by Josh and McGovern with the calls pre-snap, that when we do see Josh hit like he was in that Atlanta game, it's startling. I expect, coming off a bye week, for them to have a lot of that buttoned up and taken care of, especially going into this week's game against a team that is last in the league in pressure rate.
Okay. Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Chris, Michael Hoyt jumps in. Larry Ogunjobi jumps in. Like, maybe the Bills have the ability to do some things they hadn't done in the past. So Carolina, if nothing else, does face the Bills front operating with some pieces that haven't been there before.
Yeah. So, maybe they have some curveballs, to throw at the Panthers. I know that there have been games where Bryce Young has been running around outside the pocket and he's made plays off script. To me, it's an advantage if Dalton plays because in most cases, where he's going to be, which is in the pocket, and extending plays is not his forte. So if the Bills, can collapse the pocket, get early pressure, I think that could lead to some hurried throws and maybe Andy Dalton giving you a few opportunities to get a couple of takeaways. So he's got 4 career games against the Bills. I think he has 6 touchdowns and 6 picks. So he might give you a couple opportunities to get pressure on.
Of course, it is a road game, but anticipating seeing an awful lot of Bills Mafia. The Mafia travels pretty well, Chris, and haven't had a chance to go to Carolina since, is it 8 years? It's a long time since they went to Carolina.
8 years, yep.
Yeah. So
8 years, and I'll just tell you firsthand, I've got 10 people I know personally who are going to this game. That's just me. I think there's going to be a large contingent, and not to mention the fact that I've probably got about 6 to 8 other people that I went to college with who, make their permanent residence down there. They moved down there after school, and they're there. I mean, it is transplant central for, Buffalo people down there in Charlotte.
I was going to say, I'd love to know the split. I don't know if there's any way of figuring this out because Bills fans travel well everywhere they go. Here, I kind of want to know what the split is. How many are traveling, and what? Are there going to be 15,000 Bills fans that are just they live in Charlotte or in the area? That you could get a double duo there.
Yeah, that would be a good study. I'm putting you on that, Joe. So
there you go. I don't know how to figure that. We'll see
what the results are. But I was in the airport last weekend, and we were going through Atlanta, and there was a guy there from Charlotte, and he basically said, he saw that we were from Buffalo and we were going to Buffalo, and he's like, "Oh my God, that game next week, forget it." He goes, half of Buffalo lives in Charlotte already. He goes, so I can't imagine what the game's going to look like. Because apparently, early in the season after that New England blowout loss, a lot of Panther fans sold their tickets to upcoming home games, and I believe the Bills game was one of them. So this one could be pretty lopsided.
Joe, you'll have to do that homework assignment after tonight's game 1. Joe's going to game 1 tonight in Toronto, Chris.
I'm excited.
Yeah, Chris, you got a dog in the fight? What are you hoping for in the World Series here?
Yeah, that's pretty tough because, being a Yankees fan, the Blue Jays, being a division rival, although not a super serious one until this year when they completely had the Yankees number. But the Yankees can't run the bases or field, so that's kind of an issue. But I hate the Dodgers, too, so I could not be less interested
All right.
in the World Series.
The only thing that could have been worse maybe would be if it was Red Sox-Dodgers, maybe.
Yeah, because there's nobody to root for there at all.
All right. Well, Chris, good trip. We'll talk on Buffalo Bills Football Monday when you guys get back.
All right, take care, guys.
Chris Brown on Buffalo Bills Football Friday. Brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Bills and Panthers. Last night, the Chargers looked every bit the part of a contender again. They did a couple of blips. Maybe the Bills
they just needed a lineman back.
Maybe the Bills do what the Chargers just did, which is, oh, wow, what's wrong there? I guess it's all phony. Oh, no, never mind. They're fine. Also, those jerseys were sharp. Those navy blue Chargers, they're good. They're really good.
Maybe a hot take, because I like to try not to be the guy where every single throwback is, that's a great jersey. Even though most of the time I think it's true, I don't like the Navy Chargers jerseys.
All right.
I'm not a fan.
They're not the most popular ones. People love the baby blues more than anything.
I like the baby blues more.
But those ones they wore last night are Natron Means.
I guess, because when I'm growing up, that they're terrible when they're wearing those jerseys.
They're wearing those uniforms last night when they're playing on a baseball diamond.
Yeah, right. And the dark navy is just never my thing.
Yeah.
Go for your lighter blues, because although last night Amazon does a pretty good job. Does it look black, those jerseys?
No, I didn't think so.
It's just light enough of a blue.
You were texting me about Herb Street last night.
Herb Street.
You've
ruined Herb Street for me.
I did it. I just want more people to notice what it is.
It wasn't even just the thing which you were right about, which is he had to talk about every player right away. He's rattling off 6 Chargers that he's in love with Tart. He got 30 seconds on Tart.
3 plays into the game, he's going to tell you about the left guard.
He set Al Michaels up. They showed a clip of the Super Bowl between the 49ers and the Chargers, whatever that is, Super Bowl, 20, whatever. And it's a blowout. And he asks Al Michaels about his memories of the Super Bowl. And Al's going through story time, and he's doing I'm interested in it. And I'm watching Herb Street. I think he is so not interested at all in what Michaels is saying, and he's pretending to. Just now I'm looking for fake things in Herb Street. Just anything he said about the stories Michaels was telling, or it's a guy that's not actually listening to you. He's just trying to get you through the story so we can be done. I don't know. I'm very anti Herb Street in the last couple weeks.
What are the chances the starting quarterback for the Chargers in that Super Bowl?
Pretty high. Steve Young and it's not Dan Fouts. Stan Humphries.
Stan Humphries.
Yeah. I'm pretty good at that. I can name most Super Bowl starting quarterback matchups going back a long time.
Stan Humphries attempted 49 passes in that Super Bowl.
Well, as Michaels led off, it was a 19-point spread.
Oh, yes, it was a disaster.
And what was the final score?
49-26.
So they covered.
I guess so.
They covered. It's good.
No.
Great teams covered.
They lost by 23. 49-26.
49-26.
It's 23.
Yeah, but the Niners were favored by 19.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and they won by 23.
Oh, sorry, the Niners covered. I thought you meant Stan Humphries covered.
No, he didn't.
No. All right. 803-0550, the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. We'll remember some Panthers. We'll take your calls as well. Steven Davis.
Number 40, the best number 48 running back I've ever seen.
He fought Michael Westbrook.
Ooh,
that was in
I don't remember that.
It was in Washington.
Okay.
That was not in Carolina. That's when they're in Washington. Josh Norman, former Bill, former Panther. 803-0550 on WGR. Rob in New Jersey. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Question for you. You've been talking since last week about Allen and the sack rate increasing from previous years. I hate bringing this up, but I'm just curious, is there any thought that in year 8 he's hit that peak and we're kind of on the downward turn at this point? And that's why we're getting hit more and having trouble getting away and all that.
Because you think Allen has already hit his peak?
I'm asking if you think that could possibly be the reason why he's suddenly getting hit more.
Yeah.
And
let me give you thanks, Rob. This is a fair question, I think.
Sure.
To anybody's opinion here. Well, Rob, first, before I let you go, what do you think about it?
I don't think that's the case. I'm hoping you guys will talk me off the ledge. To be honest with you.
Well, fair enough. Here's what I would say. I saw last night, again, not every game relates to last night, but one of the reasons Allen is taking more sacks is it not because they're blitzing him like crazy. They're sending everything. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing both the Patriots and the Falcons and the Saints, and teams have been aggressive in blitzing Allen, and it's almost, he's facing a lot of man coverage too. So last night, Justin Herbert was blitzed a bunch. Mm-hmm. Minnesota blitzes all the time. What did Justin Herbert do against the blitz? 13 of 15, 162, 2 touchdowns. He also threw a pick, but 13 of 15, 162, and 2 touchdowns. He has answers against the blitz. Yeah. What does he have? He has a brand new emerging tight end in Oronde Gadsden. That guy. He has Ladd McConkey, elite separator, who's open all the time. He has a rookie in Trey Harris.
He's a steady veteran. He always knows where he is.
Keenan Allen. And Quentin Johnston. And last night, Joe Alt's back. So, that's a big boost for their offensive line. But when I'm thinking about why Allen's taking sacks, it's not necessarily new to this year, because I've said these words in this microphone before in years past. This will shock you to say this is a point about receivers. But if they had guys that separated quicker sometimes against some of these blitzes, or if they had better schemed ideas against the blitz, he would probably be protected. If there's anything that's frustrating Allen right now, my guess is it's that he doesn't have the easy button answers against the blitz the same way that they have. Minnesota. You know what Minnesota is? Minnesota this year, the Vikings this year, should be a reminder to every single team, every single GM, and every single fan. It doesn't matter how good you are, how great you build it. If your quarterback is nobody, you're dead. They have a great roster. They have a great defense. I think they have a great coach. Their stud left tackle who missed a lot of time, like he's not out this year, and it just does not matter. If you are dead at quarterback, your team, everything you think you have built is worthless. Carson Wentz, and they're going to J.J. McCarthy instead. Right now,
and that didn't look good.
Right now, the Vikings are getting a ton of, wow, you really shouldn't have let Sam Darnold out the door. And that's, respectfully, that's Sam Darnold. So all these operations, these football teams, these dynasties, these franchises we hold in such high regard, man, I think a lot of them would be potentially exposed with the absence of one person, because that's what the Vikings represent to me right now. A great roster, a great coach, one of the best defensive coordinators, a nasty defense. How are they? Getting hammered 37-10 by the Chargers. And yikes. The Jays game 1 of the World Series is tonight. You're going?
I'm like irrationally excited.
You should be.
I'm like...
You're doing the thing where you're going to be
excited.
You're at the center of the sports universe.
Yeah.
Which, how many times in your sports life have you been undisputably at the center of the sports universe?
I mean, really, the only time would have been not like.
Okay.
I mean, the Bills hosting the Chiefs in a playoff game is
pretty close, but
that's a standalone football game that everybody in the every sports fan in the country is watching.
But there are other games.
Yeah, it's not quite a championship round though. It's not Augusta. I haven't been to the Masters.
Right.
That would qualify as such. Didn't go to the Ryder Cup. No, like this is in terms of scale, I think this is going to be number one for me. For
me,
sure.
Center of the sports universe moments for me are the Derby. Like having been at the Derby, you're walking in, you're like, this is what's happening today.
Yeah.
And I'm here. So like that's super cool. You'll be there tonight.
Herbert rolling, looking, throwing, and that's going to be caught for the touchdown by Trey Harris.
Trey Harris available in this year's draft, taken in the second round.
If you are someone that thinks, that Bills-Falcons game could have gone so much differently if Rousseau's not offsides on that Bijan Robinson fumble on the first play, then you have to say that last night's game could have been so much different if Justin Herbert's pick 6 on the first throw of the game stood, which I can't believe they reversed. Did you see the play?
I did not see that play.
They reviewed it for 3 minutes. Terry McCauley is going through how... I don't think they're going to reverse this. There's not enough definitive evidence. I just thought he was right. The ball, barely hit the ground, and it looked like he had control when he did, and he walked into the end zone for a pick 6, and then they came back out and reversed the call.
You tell me a rules analyst said he saw it one way and they went the other way?
Right.
Get rid of the rules analyst.
Well, because in this case, I do think I sided with McCauley. I can't believe they reversed that call. It should have been 7-0 Vikings on the first play of the game.
Yeah. Trey Harris, ex-receiver.
Yep.
Beats man coverage on the outside, beats press coverage on the outside.
Yep. Yeah, there are guys like that. Remember, those guys don't exist in the league. Teams don't just have those guys.
Eats up man. Matt Harmon wrote, he eats up man coverage like a top-level wideout. Need to see his game expand, but enough flashes believe he can be there with the right work ethic and offensive ecosystem. Early second round. That was his grade on Trey Harris.
Yeah, he's starting to play more and more.
Yeah.
I saw
Harbaugh or maybe Greg Roman raving about him, saying, we've got to get him more snaps.
Yeah, he had played, his high in a game was 37% in the first 5 weeks. Last 3 weeks, it's 58%, 43%, 82%.
Yeah. He's supplanting Quentin Johnston, who is dropping back to role player maybe a little bit there. Trey Harris. All right, 803-0550, and don't forget about Oronde Gadsden. That's another one. There's
Syracuse.
Whatever. We don't have to rant about this, but what happened with Oronde Gadsden? They found him. They have him. They start throwing him the ball. It's good, and it's not. We got to find a way to get that guy. It's just organically now. He just catches all the passes and touchdowns, and looks like a pretty big deal. Oronde Gadsden. He was great at Syracuse. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right. Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. And your calls. Matthew, Jason, we'll get to your calls. We'll do the Remember the Panthers, if there's any more Panthers to remember. I do have a trivia question for you about the Panthers if you want it.
Okay.
If you want it. It's Jeremy and Joe. It's Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. You've got two pieces of NFL insider stuff. Number one, I saw this tweeted first by Sleeper NFL and then by Underdog NFL. These are both fantasy sites.
Accounts, yeah.
But it was attributed to Jonathan Jones, lead NFL insider for NFL on CBS, Jonathan Jones.
Okay.
SI Now, formerly the Charlotte Observer as well. He's been around the league, covers the league. And he had it, or they quoted him as, the Bills are exploring potential wide receivers to add ahead of the deadline. All right.
Yep.
So Jonathan Jones said that. Then Jordan Schultz. Jordan Schultz of tried to fight with who? Was it Rappaport or was it Schefter?
They fought at a Starbucks. I'm in Rappaport.
Yeah,
I don't know where he is now,
Jordan
though.
Schultz was mad about that. NFL Insider, the Schultz Report.
Okay,
NFL Insider. The two wide receivers in New Orleans, Olave and Shaheed, are being monitored by wide receiver needy teams ahead of the trade deadline per sources. Both are set to become free agents after the season, share the same representation. With the Saints sitting at 1-6, several teams are wondering if New Orleans might move one to gain future assets. He then issued a clarification. Olave has one more year after this, but is in need of an extension. Shaheed is an impending free agent. The question around the league remains the same. Are the Saints going to pay both? If not, will they trade one? And with both having the same representation, it could create a scenario where one influences the other. I do think that's an interesting note.
That the agent is the same?
They share the agent.
Yeah.
So
if the agent wants the most for both players.
Or if nothing else, the agent will know how the team is looking at, like, hey, they're talking about giving Chris, 4 years, blah, blah, blah. So Rashid Shaheed, I don't know. They're making this one their priority over this one. They could prioritize Shaheed because they have the 5th-year option on Olave next year for $15 million, and then they could extend him after that. So, teams are monitoring what's happening. Is that even really a report? Are teams always monitoring contracts and this and that? So
the fact that you're bringing their names into the light at all, I guess, is a little something.
The Jays game 1 of the World Series is tonight. You're going?
I'm irrationally excited.
You should be.
I'm
you're doing the thing where you're going to be
excited.
You're at the center of the sports universe.
Yeah.
Which, how many times in your sports life have you been undisputably at the center of the sports universe?
I mean, really, the only time would have been not okay. I mean, the Bills hosting the Chiefs in a playoff game is
pretty close, but
that's a standalone football game that everybody every sports fan in the country is watching.
But there are other games.
Yeah, it's not quite a championship round though. It's not Augusta. I haven't been to the Masters.
Right.
That would qualify as such. Didn't go to the Ryder Cup. No, this is in terms of scale, I think this is going to be number 1 for me. For
me,
sure.
Center of the sports universe moments for me are the Derby. Like, having been at the Derby, you're walking in, you're like, this is what's happening today.
Yeah.
And I'm here. So, that's super cool. You'll be there tonight.
Football Friday here on WGR. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills Injury Report looks the same on Thursday as it did on Wednesday, with no practice for Daquan Jones, Josh Palmer, or Taylor Rapp. Limited Terrell Bernard, Max Hairston, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, and Curtis Samuel. Tonight, Sabres and Maple Leafs, 7 o'clock puck drop at KeyBank Center, with pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. And Game 1 of the World Series is after 8 o'clock, Blue Jays hosting the Dodgers. Sports Talk on WGR, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
My concern with the Bills is that they have to get themselves in position to win one, because they're not going to be the same team next year. They just won't. They're going to be the staff, players, contracts coming up. Guys going to go get new big contracts somewhere else. So you don't want that opportunity in that window to pass. And they're still good. You just hope that they don't drop these games they're supposed to win.
And Sean Merriman, I would ask immediately, who's going to leave and go get the big contracts? Who is he talking about? The Bills are not going to have the same team? Who? Who are the free agents? I can't think of one. Connor McGovern and Osiris Torrance?
But whatever. And what, we're not going to sign those guys?
I don't know, maybe not.
Or one of the two? One of the two, at least.
Of all the concerns, I don't have a concern that the Bills are going to not be the same team next year. In fact, if they don't win this year, I think we'll hope that they will be different.
Right. They're free agents next year. Mitch
Bosa, Trubisky,
Elijah Moore, David Edwards, Connor McGovern, as previously mentioned, Alec Anderson, AJ Epinesa, Joey Bosa, Daquan Jones, Larry Ogunjobi, Matt Milano, Shaq Thompson, Trey White, Cam Lewis, Jamarcus Ingram, DeMar Hamlin, and Sam Franklin.
Are you worried about a single player on the list? McGovern?
No. Right, McGovern / Edwards. That's the highest I can get you.
All right.
And they're not. I'm worried about their ability to replace David Edwards at left guard. I think they'll probably do fine doing that. So, no, I'm not worried. That's the least of my worries.
Yeah, right. All right, 803-0550. Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. In a moment, we'll get some calls to catch up, though. Jason in Charlotte. Hey, Jason, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
You going to this game, Jason? You going to this game?
You bet, and that's why I'm calling, because in light of Owen breaking his streak, I've got a far more dubious streak of my own.
Uh-oh.
The last 3 Bills games I've attended in person. Rams game last year, dumb loss. 12 men on the field against Denver, very dumb loss. And 13 seconds.
Oh, all right. That's a good resume.
Yeah, so basically, question for Owen, is there anything he did to break his streak? Because I'll do whatever it takes at this point.
What he did is he passed on the bad juju to somebody else.
Yeah, you got to transfer it to somebody else. Yeah,
just get rid of it as soon as you can.
Owen, the parlay killer, did not kill the parlay last night. I did, but it was Joe's fault. So they know. And so
what?
We knew it was coming, Joe.
Yeah, it's your fault.
I warned you that Aaron Jones might play.
And what did I do? I said, okay, then I'm going to move off that. And then you said, no. Don't worry about it.
I said it's up to you.
Pull up the tape.
I said it's
Pull
up to you.
Pull up the tape. You talked me into it. You talked me into coming off it.
I did still like him to score a touchdown yesterday.
That's right. That loss is on Joe.
But you made the pick without all the information.
And then you gave me the information and said, you should still pick it.
But
after I was ready to come off it.
Do I have to rip the bag in half?
Listen, it's not my. I'm doing my 111th here. It's not my responsibility to pick up everybody else here.
Let's bring in Gene Sterator. Gene, who was actually the one that made the call? Yeah. All right. Your record is bad on the road against the Bills. For you, Jason, just seeing the Bills. I don't think I've seen the Bills ever win on the road.
No?
No. I haven't been to a Bills road game in a long time.
I saw them beat
the
Jets.
Part of it.
I saw them beat the Jets last year.
That's a part of it. I don't. Yeah, I haven't seen the Bills win on the road in a long time.
When would it be? Or have you never seen a road win?
I don't think I've been to a road game since they went to London with EJ.
Okay.
That's probably one of the reasons I haven't seen them win on the road.
You went to Cleveland, didn't you, once?
Not with Allen. Yes, I saw them lose in Cleveland. I saw them lose in Arizona. I saw them lose in London. I saw them lose in Toronto.
Okay. Right. The Bills just tweeted out that they have the longest streak in how long of winning after the bye. The streak actually predates McDermott and Bean. It goes back 10 years. Their last loss, the Buffalo Bills' last loss,
after
coming off of a bye week, was a 17-13 home loss to the Chiefs in 2014. Kyle Orton is the quarterback. Boobie Dixon and Bryce Brown were their leading running backs.
The Bryce Brown game. Yes, he fumbled.
Right, that would be the fumble
That's
game.
when he fumbled into the end zone, and Scott Chandler fumbled the recovery of the end in the end zone.
Was arguably even worse.
It's amazing that they dropped it twice.
That's the last time the Bills lost following the bye. Pretty good.
Matthew, Jason in Charlotte to Matthew in Charlotte. Hey, Matthew. Good morning.
Good morning, boys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I was at the Falcons game. 2 points. One, Palmer was open early. It's unfortunate. Like if he played the whole game, it probably has a different outcome. Secondly, I felt like Allen missed Cook in the flat several times when they were blitzing. So I think this weekend, my prop bet is Cook over receiving yards.
Yeah. I was thinking about whether or not they'll start to get him more involved in the receiving game because he's not been really that big in it this year.
No, not much. 12 catches, like the prop 1 or 2 a game.
Yeah, the prop I like in this game is Shakir over 5.5 catches. Who's available? Yeah. Who's out there? And if Kincaid is not playing, like wait to see that one first. But I don't know. Remember some Panthers. Other Panthers.
Jonathan Stewart. The D'Angelo Williams-Jonathan Stewart running back combo for them was awesome.
John Casey.
Okay.
Kicker. Devin Funchess. Ted Ginn.
That's the receiving core that goes to the Super Bowl, which Brandon Beane cites when he does his article with Tyler Dunn before the season.
Talks about the Carolina receiving room.
That was a Philly Brown. Like they made the Super Bowl with that team might have done some damage to the current Bills. That team made the Super Bowl with a horrible receiving core, and I think the GM might think now that can work.
The all-time, I was going to make this trivia for you, but instead I won't, and we'll just give you these stats. Curtis Samuel is 11th in Panthers history in receiving yards.
11th?
11th. There are 10 receivers with more, or 10 pass catchers with more receiving yards than Curtis Samuel.
Okay.
And the top 5 are pretty good, and then you get some really fun names. The Panthers have long been, I love this, like, Mount Rushmore of streaming wide receivers in fantasy that you hate yourself for doing.
Yeah.
Like Brandon LaFell.
Oh.
Devin Funchess.
Oh, Brandon LaFell. Yeah, they've had bad starting receivers, I feel like, for a long time.
Yeah. Number 1, Steve Smith. Number 2, Masin Muhammad. Those two played at the same time.
They were great.
They crossed over for 8 years.
DJ Moore is going to be high on that list, right?
By the way, Bean didn't recognize that Panthers team went to the Super Bowl with Jake Delhomme, in large part because of Masin Muhammad and Steve Smith.
I don't know if he was there.
Greg Olson, DJ Moore. Here's a name, Wesley Walls. Tight end Wesley Walls.
Wasn't getting that.
McCaffrey is 6th all-time in receiving for them. Mark Carrier.
Okay.
Calvin Benjamin, Brandon LaFell, and Devin Funchess. Let's get to the Super Great American Football Friday frenzy.
By the way, very quick before we do that, Pro Football Reference is like approximate value that they have. All time for the Panthers, there's like 4 guys right at the top of the list. Who's their greatest player ever? Is it Julius Peppers?
Yes.
Over Cam Newton?
Yes.
Okay. Steve Smith and Luke Kuechly are the other two that are right up there. I agree. I think Peppers is the best player they've ever had.
All right. Before we get started, I just found an article at Matt Larkin's Daily Face-Off. Matt Larkin Daily Face-Off. The headline is Jack Eichel could win pretty much everything in 2025-26.
Yep.
And it was a Hart, Ross, Selke Cup, and Olympic gold. And I clicked it, and I Control-F searched Buffalo just to see, like, is that they in here anywhere? Anyway, with that said, the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. We don't have to read it. It's fine. All right. So we had a game last night. Vikings and Chargers. The Vikings, dead in the water. Their schedule is murder from this point.
They've had the easiest schedule in the league to this point. They're 3-4. They have the hardest schedule the rest of the way.
Their next few games, J.J. McCarthy is going to come back. Kevin O'Connell said it. When he's healthy, he'll play. Their next few games, Lions, Ravens, Bears, Packers, Seahawks.
Yeah, it's tough. They could lose all of those.
Then Commanders, Cowboys, Giants, Lions, and Packers again. It's over. You see, in the NFC, you're not making it. Minnesota's not making it, and it's going to become a find out about J.J. McCarthy season. And if it doesn't go well, they should make plans. At the end of this year, they should make plans if it doesn't go well. So that's Minnesota. All right, what games are we getting? We're Sunday 1 o'clock. So the national game on CBS early is not Bills-Panthers. That's going to be a Fox game, by the way. So on Fox, we get Adam Amin and Greg Olson. Homer! Greg Olson.
Fine. You know what? I'll trade having a homer for having Greg Olson.
Homer
over
alert.
Brady or
Homer
anybody
alert.
else.
The other game we get in the early game is Chicago at Baltimore. So the CBS early game, Chicago-Baltimore, which
see if Lamar plays.
Lamar,
right now,
he has never played against the Bears. This will be his first ever start against the Bears.
Right. The line, the bettors expect that he's playing. Okay. Like it's right now Ravens -6.5. If Lamar is obviously not going to play, then that would not look like that. And he got a limited practice in yesterday. I think here come the Ravens. 1-5, and they have an easy schedule the rest of the way. They've already played the hardest games, and now Jackson is back. They'll start getting some defensive pieces back. I think they're gonna kind of come back here. I think they'll be in Chicago. It's going to start with them.
I like what Ben Johnson's doing.
Yep.
And they're going to finish ahead of Minnesota? That's very possible.
I think so, yes.
All right. Miami at Atlanta.
Bijan, what's Bijan? What do you think Bijan's over-under for rushing yards should be?
96.
He's going to go for 200 yards in this game. Well, he might not because he might not play the fourth quarter.
Right. Miami at Atlanta. Jets at Cincinnati. If you're a Bengals fan, you are alive and thinking, Joe Burrow, keep us afloat. Can they beat the Jets? Maybe.
They're favored by 6.5. The Jets were going to turn to Tyrod Taylor, but now he has a knee injury. So it still might be Fields.
Is it one of those got a knee injury situations? Giants at Eagles.
Giants beat the Eagles a couple weeks ago.
They did. Jackson Dart in Philadelphia this time.
Eagles look better.
San Francisco's at Houston. You know who leads the NFL in passing yards per game?
I do. I saw that Mac Jones is the leader.
McCorkle Jones.
Next year's Vikings starting quarterback?
Yeah.
Like that?
I do.
Mac Jones in Minnesota?
I do. Cleveland at New England. Keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I think that this is a possible upset. New England at a letdown game. Last week wasn't going to be that because Tennessee's the worst team in the league and Vrabel revenge, whatever. This week, Cleveland's defense, I think, is pretty good, and they can run the ball at least. So just get me to 20 points and have a game where you can stifle New England a little bit. I think that game's close at the very least.
Team opponent third down conversion percentage. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at that. Why am I looking at that?
Because Drake May is going to be the best.
Because Drake May is Mr. Third Down. The Browns are 13th in third downs against.
All right.
So
fine.
If you like that. In their last 3 games, they're third best. On the road, how are they on third downs? By the way, you know who the worst third down team is away from home?
It's the Bills.
It is the Bills.
On offense?
No.
Defense.
Opposing team conversion rate. Yeah.
Okay. That's not great.
No, not at all. Bills were third worst in the NFL on third down last year. You know who was worst? Carolina.
Last year?
Last year. All right, more games. Sorry. Tampa at New Orleans in the late game.
Okay.
On Fox.
New Orleans plays tough.
A lot of the country gets Dallas and Denver.
Dallas and Denver. What is Denver? Is Denver good?
No. Their defense is good. Their quarterback is limiting, and they're going to be stuck there for a while.
Kind of got lit up by the Giants, didn't they? Jackson Dart drove down the field on them to win the football game. It's still probably good.
Yeah.
But Bo Nix is not having... He's not having a better year than he did last year, at the very least. They kind of look broken on offense, honestly.
I think it's a Bo Nix situation.
Yeah.
803-0550 is our phone number. That's the Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy. Oh, we got the
Sunday night game is Packers-Steelers. Aaron Rodgers playing against his own team for the first time. He's a liar when he says he doesn't care that he's playing his old team.
Micah Parsons going to lay waste there? Or is Rodgers going to get the ball out fast enough? Good. Monday Night Football, that's Sunday night. Monday night this week is...
Commanders-Chiefs.
Yep, Commanders-Chiefs, and that's a... the good news is the Chiefs come in on a short week. Right now, look ahead line, I think I saw the Bills are underdogs, home dogs to the Chiefs.
I think they should be.
1.5. You can maybe confirm that.
Let's see. Yes, it looks like they are an underdog in this game by... It opened at the Bills minus 2.5.
And is
the
moved?
first look-ahead line a week ago, it was minus 2.5, and it's already moved to plus 1.5.
Wow.
Actually, wait, it's all over the place. You can find plus one, like... Here, this is why, if you're a bettor, sometimes you look at different places. Because if you want to bet the Bills on DraftKings right now for next week's Bills-Chiefs game, the Bills are plus 1.5. You want to bet them on BetMGM, they're minus 2.5. So it's kind of all over the place. You want your emotional hedge? Go bet the Chiefs on BetMGM. Don't do that. Don't do that. Terrible idea.
Wait, what's the emotional hedge?
You can get the Chiefs as plus 2.5 right now.
How would that emotionally hedge, though? Oh, because if they
you'd
win,
be betting the Chiefs,
right?
Because you think they're going to win, so that way, if the Bills lose, you win some money. But if
I don't
an emotional hedge,
I don't emotional hedge against my own team.
That's what an emotional hedge is.
No, wrong. Not for me.
No,
my emotional hedge is the team that I want to root against that factors into my team, like Liverpool. If Liverpool is playing somebody else, I bet Liverpool to win because I'll be mad if they lose, and then if they win, I'm like, all right, fine.
So your I see. So your emotional hedge wouldn't be in the direct game. It would be like betting the Chiefs against the Commanders this week.
Exactly.
Okay.
My emotional hedge is, then again, the Chiefs are favored, so there's really no value in the emotional hedge.
Unless you bet them on the spread, 12.5.
Even then, it's not that, sorry, they didn't cover, but they won. That's a double loss. I don't want that.
Right, that does open yourself up to the worst possible scenario.
It's only a game like Patriots-Browns might be a good one here.
Yeah.
Browns money line. There's a good emotional hedge.
That's not an emotional hedge.
No,
though.
You're right. That's Patriots money line.
No, you would be picking the Patriots.
That's right. I bet Patriots money line, which is probably not that valuable anyway. So yeah, basically all of my emotional hedges have been betting against Liverpool, and usually live betting them in like the 83rd minute because you get good value and they win, and it's annoying.
Well, it hasn't been happening the last 3-4 weeks. So.
That's right, because they're frauds. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Arsenal has Crystal Palace this week, and Liverpool has Brentford. Yes. Although, why talk Liverpool? We should talk about the team in second place, City. Who does City have? It's a football frenzy that includes European football, of course. You know, that's how this works. College football this weekend. The game to watch.
What is the game to watch this week?
We got a home and home with the Leafs. Ole Miss and Oklahoma.
Okay.
Syracuse is at number 7, Georgia Tech.
Okay.
Is this the week that Oregon's wearing the Grateful Dead uniforms?
Not sure. I know they announced them this week, but I'm not sure if it's for this week.
All right.
I gotta find a Sabres bet I like for tonight.
Sabres bet for tonight.
For Locked On Sabres, I do a bet for every Sabres game this year, and I've hit on every game except for one, including 2 anytime goal bets. So I'm under pressure. I gotta keep it going here. I think I just like them to win.
To beat the Leafs?
Yeah, they're plus 110. I think I just like the Sabres to beat the Leafs tonight. The Leafs are not the same team anymore, and the Sabres are at home, and they look like they're going to be competitive in every game.
Will the Sabres?
I think I'd like to know who the goalie is tonight, but it's probably going to be Lions.
Will the Sabres be at a disadvantage because there won't be 12,000 Leaf fans in there to make it seem a little more alive? Not to say Sabres fans are going to be on their hands, but they always win in Buffalo, the Sabres do, against the Leafs, despite takeovers in the building.
Right.
So wouldn't that be a good thing?
Yeah. The other thing I think I like, Tage plus 160 to score a goal. He's 9th in the NHL in shot attempts. He's getting close. I think the goals are coming.
Also,
I'm not so sure.
On the calendar, today's the 24th. You know what Monday is?
No,
It's
it's
the
Monday.
27th. Monday is Sports Equinox. All 4 sports.
Okay.
They
Basketball,
all
hockey,
hit.
football, baseball.
Yep, they all hit.
That's not happening.
Nope, and no NFL today.
Right.
You got everything else? You have to
And
wait
there was
till...
no baseball last night. All
That's
right,
right,
Monday.
and there's no baseball Sunday. So the Sports Equinox is Monday.
So what you're saying is I'll have options when the Chiefs are annihilating Washington 30-0.
You will.
All right,
You'll
good.
have World
That's good.
Series. You'll have NHL, NBA. You'll have it all. Sports Equinox. Speaking of the Leafs and also the Jays, Mike DiStefano joins us to chat about both the Leafs who are in town here and, of course, the Jays who have Game 1 of the World Series tonight against the Dodgers. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. Good to see you. It's time for you to pick the Bills off of 2 straight losses and a bye week. How's your mental state going into this pick?
You mean into this game, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Into the season, I have some other thoughts.
You got some issues.
Yeah, I do have some. I have some issues because the defense has problems at all 3 of its levels, and the offense, the passing game has become, too easy to stop. I mean, it's not scary. What happened? That doesn't mean they can't win games. It doesn't mean they won't make the playoffs. But in terms of where this team has been and its ability to try and get to a Super Bowl, I mean,
Jeremy
how could
White
you
here
project
for
that now?
FanDuel Sportsbook, official sportsbook of
that's
WGR.
the other thing too. I know
it is NBA
where's the
season.
solution
The
for the
season
passing
is
game, right? We all want to see big plays, explosive plays, throw the ball downfield, let Josh wing it. Where's the solution? It's not on the roster.
No. Well,
so is Brandon Beane going to be able to get somebody? Does he even make a trade for a receiver within the next couple of weeks?
The one thing about the GM and the criticism toward the GM, if these Hairston Hoyt, Ogunjobi pieces, if the defense comes back together and turns out to be a good defense, we could say, all right, well, the receivers, this was the conversation after the draft, I didn't get receivers because it was the defense. If he actually does fix the defense,
well, then it's more of a complementary football team.
Sure. Then, of course, all right, well, not everybody has to agree with the way that they did it, but there'd be a reason to do it. If the defense is still bad and the offense can't do the things it used to be able to do, then all of a sudden it looks like, what are we doing this for?
Well, that's why. But it's hard. I hope you're right. But historically, in recent seasons, the Bills will live and die on what? Their offense, because actually I shouldn't say that. They die in the playoffs because of their defense,
and
but
because
that's
their
the whole
offense has the
point.
ball late in games and doesn't score a touchdown or a field goal.
And apparently he's becoming a little bit more conservative again in his decisions to go for it on whether or not on fourth down.
Atlanta was a bad one.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are a lot of things that are troubling because the offense will drive this football team. If teams are now saying, hey, you know what, we're just going to do everything we can to stop James Cook.
Yeah.
You go ahead and beat us over the top, and if they can't do it, what are we in business for, folks? Like, that doesn't bode well.
Rob in New Jersey. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Question for you. You've been talking since last week about Allen and the sack rate increasing from previous years. I hate bringing this up, but I'm just curious, is there any thought that in year 8 he's hit that peak and we're kind of on the downward turn at this point? And that's why we're getting hit more and having trouble getting away and all that.
Because you think Allen has already hit his peak?
I'm asking if you think that could possibly be the reason why he's suddenly getting hit more.
Yeah.
And
Let me give you thanks, Rob. This is a fair question, I think.
Sure.
It's anybody's opinion here. Well, Rob, first, before I let you go, what do you think about it?
I don't think that's the case. I'm hoping you guys will talk me off the ledge, to be honest with you.
Well, fair enough. Here's what I would say. I saw last night, again, like not every game relates to last night, but one of the reasons Allen is taking more sacks is it not because they're blitzing him like crazy? They're sending everything. And we're seeing both the Patriots and the Falcons and the Saints, and teams have been aggressive in blitzing Allen, and it's almost, he's facing a lot of man coverage too. So last night, Justin Herbert was blitzed a bunch. Minnesota blitzes all the time. What did Justin Herbert do against the blitz? 13 of 15, 162, 2 touchdowns. He also threw a pick, but 13 of 15, 162, and 2 touchdowns. He has answers against the blitz.
Yeah.
What does he have? He has a brand new emerging tight end in Aronde Gadsden.
That guy.
He has Ladd McConkey, elite separator, who's open all the time. He has a rookie in Trey Harris.
He's a steady veteran. He always knows where he is.
Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnston. And last night, Joe Alt's back. So, that's a big boost for their offensive line. But when I'm thinking about why Allen's taking sacks, it's not necessarily new to this year because I've said these words in this microphone before in years past. This will shock you to say this is a point about receivers. But if they had guys that separated quicker sometimes against some of these blitzes, or if they had better schemed ideas against the blitz, he would probably be protected. If there's anything that's frustrating Allen right now, my guess is it's that he doesn't have the easy button answers against the blitz the same way that they have.
But you never really know what a player's feeling in free agency, and there's a lot of things that have to line up for them personally too. So you can't really think about what if. You think about the 26 that we have. He's a great player. I'll say it again. I hope he brought his hat, the Blue Jay hat that he took from us in our meeting. I hope he brought it back finally. But and the jacket for decoy. It's like, give us our stuff back.
John Schneider on Shohei Ohtani.
That's right. The Jays tried to get him. They want the hat back. Apparently.
Give the hat back. Joining us on the Wester hotline, Mike DeStefano on the Jays, the Leafs. Mike, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, how are you?
Doing well, guys. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
I mean, you're the center of the sports world today, so that's got to feel pretty good. But does that mean there'll be no Leaf fans in Buffalo tonight?
It might actually. It's a good point. Typically, that arena is littered with a lot of blue and white jerseys, but I'd imagine a lot of them will be sitting on their couch watching the Jays game tonight. I mean, it's been a long time since the World Series has been to Toronto, so I'd imagine a lot of people are taking in this World Series game over the game 8 for the Maple Leafs this against Buffalo. Yeah, I think you guys might have some more Sabres fans in the building tonight.
Yeah, on game 1 tonight, Mike, how out of the blue is this? From what you thought of them before the year, how the city's kind of reacted to them going this far? Because I'm right in thinking, right, that it's a pretty darn big surprise that they've done this.
100%. I mean, nobody, and I mean no one, was sitting here in March, April, saying that this is a World Series team. Not a single soul. Like, no one on the team. It's unbelievable what they've been able to accomplish here. And it came from, it literally came from out of left field. Coming off of a year last season where they finished last in the division, it was a down year from so many guys. I mean, it was more likely that there could have been a DFA conversation with George Springer, and instead it turned into an MVP conversation with George Springer this year. Like, there's just so many unlikely stories that occurred to get it done. I mean, Vladdy signs the big deal, becomes a $500 million man, and then all of a sudden he puts on a cape in the postseason and brings his team to a World Series, and he's making that money. That's for sure. With this contract, so there's a lot of things that I think no one expected from this Blue Jays team, but it's been a fun ride. I mean, there's so many good underlying storylines with this group, so many good bounce-back seasons, a lot of guys who've come out of nowhere, like the Ernie Clements and Nathan Lucases of the world. It's been a really, really fun season to be a Jays fan.
I think those are the most fun years, aren't they? When you don't really anticipate it's going to be that good, and then it is that good, compared to when, like, this is the Bills' life, right? Like, you better make the Super Bowl, or everything else is, not meeting that level. What do you think their chances are? The Dodgers are this big bad empire. They have all the best players. They've been the favorite a lot of the last couple of years. But the Jays have home field, so I don't know. What do you think their odds are of winning the series?
I don't think they have a chance. I know that everyone wants to call it a David versus Goliath type of matchup here, but I think they got a shot. I probably, if I had to wager and had to put some money down on it, I think the Dodgers come out victorious at the end of the day. That pitching staff is nasty, and if it sounds the way it bats, it's going to be tough for Toronto to string together 4 wins here. But ultimately, look, Toronto's been doubted all season, and they've come out big all season. They were able to snag a win in LA the one time that they played them this year. They went down there and got a win. So I think they could definitely make it a competitive series, but I probably still would make the assumption that the Dodgers are going to be lifted the trophy at the end of the day. But then again, I never thought the Jays were going to be here anyway, right? I would have assumed that they were going to lose to the Yankees and then lose to the Mariners, but here they are. They've kind of overcome a lot of adversity and got themselves here. So would I be absolutely shocked if the Blue Jays actually won the thing? I guess 6 months ago I would have said absolutely, but at this point, it's certainly possible. It's not likely, but it's possible.
Mike DiStefano joining us on the Western Hotline. He have Locked on Leafs and TSN 1050. So maybe the Jays thing is a little out of the blue. I get the feeling that the Leafs and what they are to start this year is not out of the blue. That a lot of people had kind of pegged Toronto might be in for a little bit of a fall. Do you feel like what we've seen from the Leafs is that, and is that sticky? Like, is this what Toronto's season might look like?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little too early to tell if this is what it's going to be. There was going to be an adjustment period for life after Marner. I mean, that guy touched so many points on this Maple Leafs team, whether he's at 5-on-5, the power play, the penalty kill. Like he was the quarterback of the power play, drives offense. I mean, he's a 102-point Selke candidate. It's not easy to replace, and the guys that they brought in have yet to do any type of damage to replace those 100-plus points. So there's definitely some adjusting going on, and tonight in Buffalo, the Leafs are trotting out a brand new lineup. They've completely tossed the lines into the blender. Nylander is going up and playing with Matthews. Nye dropping down to play with John Tavares. They're putting Domi at fourth line center. So they're trying everything to get it going here. I don't think they expected to be a sub-500 team. I think there was going to be some growing pains, and they're going to try and figure it out. But it's been a pretty soft schedule to start the season, and it's been a lot of home games as well that I don't think they expected to waste like they have in the early portion of the year. So I think Toronto believe that they'll be a playoff team, and they'll definitely get there at the end of the day and figure some things out. But in terms of a repeat of being a Stanley Cup contender, certainly not the way they played to point. I mean, there's a lot that they get first.
All right, Mike, we're gonna cut you off. We're losing your phone.
Yeah.
We're near the end of it anyway. Here, talking about the Jays and the Leafs, the Toronto teams.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
In our headlines around here today, Mike DeStefano of Locked On Leafs and at TSN 1050. So Leafs in town tonight, and then Buffalo in Toronto tomorrow, along with the World Series up there for Game 2. They moved the game, of course. These two games got moved. Tonight's moved to 7 p.m. here, and then tomorrow's is at 5 o'clock.
Sabres are underdogs tonight. The Leafs, really quick, the other thing I was going to get to with him is last year, I think they were second in the league in save percentage, that the goaltending has not been the same this year at all. I don't think they've had Joseph Wall, maybe, is the problem, but I thought that the goaltending was about to come down, and I didn't think they could survive that without Marner, so it looks like that's happening.
Yeah, Stolarz has struggled. He's been getting bulldozed just about every night because the Leafs refuse to defend him very much.
Yep.
So I think he's struggling with that, and there's something funky going on with Joe Wall. Berube was asked when he's coming back from an injury and kind of refused to give an answer. When he's back, he's back.
Yep.
And then yesterday they put him on LTIR. So
yeah, and
nobody
if they don't
really knows what's going on there.
If they don't have goaltending, I'd get to a point where I wonder if they're a playoff team.
I think the same thing about them because I don't think you can survive the loss of Marner and a decline in your goaltending being what it was last year because that was a lot of what they needed last year.
Atlantic looks bad.
It does.
That was predicted, and maybe it's the wrong teams. Like I thought Ottawa and Tampa would be the two teams that would stay at the top. Tampa's dead last in the East right now. Ottawa has a losing record. Boston is 3-6. Detroit's one of your top three teams, and I don't think anybody believes they'll stay there. So it's there. You want to take it? It's there.
803-0550. Bills and Leafs tonight. 7 o'clock.
Sabres and Leafs tonight, actually.
Sorry, yeah, Sabres and Leafs. Bills and Panthers. The bye week's gone too long, What can I say?
This has been a long bye week.
A long bye
It's just been a long time since a win you felt great about.
You know what I was thinking?
Really, it's week 1, isn't it? Well, week 2, they smoked the Jets.
Would you settle for a win and feeling great about Coleman? Right now, like the vibes are low there, and people are not feeling good about that. And I would think it would be great if we could all just feel good about feeling good about Palmer was one of the bright spots to the game in Atlanta. They lost, but there's a little bit of hey, maybe we can feel good about Palmer.
You know what? I'm going to go to the place that you thought I was going to earlier, but about the offense in general. I'm going to go there on Coleman. I don't even want it. I'm at a point with
you don't want them to be fooled into thinking he can be counted on.
I am so convinced that Coleman is not right for what they're doing with him and is not going to be the player that they foresaw when they drafted him that I don't want them to be tricked. I don't want him to come out and catch 3 contested balls and go for 100 yards and a touchdown, and they think, see, we're all good. And then we get to December and January, and we realize, well, he had a one good game.
You feel like it would be the 10-game wins, the 7-3 Sabres under Ted Nolan in December?
I don't even want it.
This is fake.
I don't even want it. I don't want them to. I don't want them to fool themselves into thinking. But that's me. I am that convinced that he's just not going to be it for them.
By the way, we have a nice little addition to the Lindy's5.com.
Okay.
Lindy's5.com, where you can go to track the Sabres season. He's now...
Switch it to black and red mode, by the way, because they're wearing black and red today.
They are wearing black and red. Okay, so do that. But one quick thing. So Lindy's5.com, and Josh, who has made this site very cool, has added in a new feature that makes it like the New York Times playoff machine. You can click a what-if tab and click win, overtime loss, and how it affects the projection, the point pace, and all that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of big.
It's big. You give them
a season-long playoff machine, basically.
Yes. To stay on the pace.
That.
What they have to do, this is what a 3-game losing streak at the start of the season will do.
Yeah.
They have to win their next 3, and they'll be right on the pace, 6 points out of every 10. But they have to win 3 in a row to get there. Because they lost 3 in a row early at the start of the season.
Right.
But the what-if mode,
hey,
I love it.
Even we'll get to Columbus. They beat 3 in a row. They beat Toronto in back-to-back days here. People are going to feel great. Like, playoff great. Like, all right, this team can make the playoffs. Go beat Toronto twice, even though there might not be the same Leafs. You beat Toronto twice, and I think a lot of people are going to become instant believers.
You beat Toronto twice, and you have 10 out of 18 possible points. You're still barely above. But that's a 91-point pace.
Yep.
Win these 2 games against Toronto, 91-point pace. All right. 803-0550.
You'd be beating teams within your own division, too.
Yeah, that matters. We'll get a break in, get to Extendo Sports, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. Sean McDermott today to give us maybe some designations. Who's in, who's out? Is Kincaid close to a return? Is Curtis Samuel maybe available? The players that are limited, the ones to really watch here. So we'll keep an eye out and stay tuned. Sean McDermott coming up with Sal at the Extra Point Show. You've got 2 pieces of NFL insider stuff. Number 1, I saw this tweeted first by Sleeper NFL and then by Underdog NFL. These are both fantasy sites.
Accounts, yeah.
But it was attributed to Jonathan Jones, lead NFL insider for NFL on CBS, Jonathan Jones.
Okay.
SI Now, formerly the Charlotte Observer as well. Like, he's been around the league, covers the league. And he had it, or they quoted him as, the Bills are exploring potential wide receivers to add ahead of the deadline. All right.
Yep.
So Jonathan Jones said that. Then Jordan Schultz. Jordan Schultz of tried to fight with who? Was it Rappaport or was it Schefter?
They fought at a Starbucks. Okay. Rappaport.
Yeah,
I don't know where he is now,
Jordan Schultz was mad about that. NFL Insider, the Schultz Report.
Okay,
NFL Insider. The 2 wide receivers in New Orleans, Olave and Shaheed, are being monitored by wide receiver needy teams ahead of the trade deadline per sources. Both are set to become free agents after the season, share the same representation. With the Saints sitting at 1-6, several teams are wondering if New Orleans might move one to gain future assets. He then issued a clarification. Olave has 1 more year after this, but is in need of an extension. Shaheed is an impending free agent. The question around the league remains the same. Are the Saints going to pay both? If not, will they trade one? And with both having the same representation, it could create a scenario where one influences the other. I do think that's an interesting note.
That the agent is the same?
They share the agent.
Yeah.
So
if the agent wants the most for both players...
Or if nothing else, the agent will know how the team is looking at, like, hey, they're talking about giving Chris, 4 years, blah, blah, blah. So Rashid Shaheed, I don't know. They're making this one their priority over this one. They could prioritize Shaheed because they have the 5th-year option on Olave next year for $15 million, and then they could extend him after that. So, teams are monitoring what's happening. Is that even really a report? Are teams always monitoring contracts and this and that? So
the fact that you're bringing their names into the light at all, I guess, is a little something.
Good to see you. It's time for you to pick the Bills off of 2 straight losses and a bye week. How's your mental state going into this pick?
You mean into this game, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Into the season, I have some other thoughts.
You've got some issues.
Yeah, I do have some. I have some issues because the defense has problems at all 3 of its levels, and the offense, the passing game has become, too easy to stop. I mean, it's not scary. What happened? That doesn't mean they can't win games. It doesn't mean they won't make the playoffs. But in terms of where this team has been and its ability to try and get to a Super Bowl, I mean, how could you project that now with all the problems they have? And that's the other thing, too. I know where's the solution for the passing game, right? We all want to see big plays, explosive plays, throw the ball downfield, let Josh wing it. Where's the solution? It's not on the roster.
No. Well,
so is Brandon Beane going to be able to get somebody? Does he even make a trade for a receiver within the next couple of weeks?
The one thing about the GM and the criticism toward the GM, if these Hairston Hoyt, Ogunjobi pieces, if the defense comes back together and turns out to be a good defense, we could say, all right, well, the receivers, this was the conversation after the draft, I didn't get receivers because it was the defense. If he actually does fix the defense,
well, then it's more of a complementary football team.
Sure. Then, of course, all right, well, not everybody has to agree with the way that they did it, but there'd be a reason to do it. If the defense is still bad and the offense can't do the things it used to be able to do, then all of a sudden it looks like, what are we doing this for?
Well, that's why. But it's hard. I hope you're right. But historically, in recent seasons, the Bills will live and die on what? Their offense, because actually I shouldn't say that. They die in the playoffs because of their defense,
and
but
because
that's
their
the whole
offense has the
point.
ball late in games and doesn't score a touchdown or a field goal.
And apparently he's becoming a little bit more conservative again in his decisions to go for it on whether or not on fourth down.
Atlanta was a bad one.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are a lot of things that are troubling because the offense will drive this football team. If teams are now saying, hey, you know what, we're just going to do everything we can to stop James Cook.
Yeah.
You go ahead and beat us over the top, and if they can't do it, what are we in business for, folks? Like, that doesn't bode well.
Extendo Sports. Sal's coming up, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, to talk about this game and also hear from head coach Sean McDermott, who may be good to go or questionable or ruled out. That's all coming up.
You know, one thing I've seen a lot of reaction to from the gambling stuff yesterday? The arrests. Chauncey Billups arrested. 34 people arrested.
Yep.
I saw a clip from Adam Silver circulating, too. Adam Silver apparently has put pressure on the sports books. He doesn't want he doesn't want prop bets anymore.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that one thing you might get out of yesterday is the low-level prop bets in sports are about to go away. Like the guys that have, think of Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Elijah Moore over under 8.5 receiving yards, like some low number like that. Those bets are about to go away because those are the easiest ones to manipulate.
Sure, right.
So I don't think they'll get rid of all prop betting because it's such a big market, but I think you're going to see there's going to be a lot of them cut out.
Right. Yeah, I heard that Terry Rozier, he was cleared by the NBA, but is still now in this probe.
Yeah.
And there was one spot where he had friends and family bet $200,000 on his under.
Yes.
And then just left the game with an apparent injury. I'll just get all my friends $200,000 by leaving a game early.
Yep.
So, all right. What else? Cowboys and Broncos this week. If you care about that one.
Yep.
Dallas is 3-3-1, and they can make the playoffs. They can have a year still here.
They are really good on offense. Dak is having an insane year. Like any of these charts that we mentioned about where Allen is, like today was the create versus destroy rate or whatever, where Allen is right around Kyler Murray. I feel like every single one of these I see, Dak Prescott's number one.
He's
he's just having
Did something happen
an insane
Did something
season.
happen with him Did they do something for him? Can you think of anything that maybe they did for Dak Prescott?
I think I can. They traded for a receiver.
They got him George Pickens, who's a really good downfield guy who is...
He's done this without having CeeDee Lamb for half the season.
And now Lamb's back.
Yeah, right now, Prescott, 1,800 yards, which is an average of 268 a game, 16 touchdowns, 3 picks. I mean, if the team won enough games, he'd be the MVP frontrunner. But they're not going to win enough games.
You know who I think is going to win it this year?
Drake May.
No.
If he won the division. Mahomes.
I think Mahomes is going to win the MVP, yes. Lamar's toast. He missed too many games. I think Mahomes is going to win the MVP.
I'm proud of myself. I have not even looked at MVP odds probably in multiple weeks, so I couldn't tell you for sure, but I would bet that right now Mahomes is the favorite.
I bet Josh is still the favorite. He's been sitting there at the favorite for a couple of weeks.
Mahomes plus 125, Allen plus 360.
Okay, Mahomes has passed him.
Baker plus 700, Drake May plus 800.
May's not a terrible bet, but I don't know, statistically he doesn't do a lot, right? Like, it's good. It's not gaudy. Not yet.
But if he's going to win the division... What if he wins 13 games?
Still not MVP.
Still no?
You kind of got to be a
Mahomes might go on the road in the playoffs. As good as he is.
He's still on.
Allen and Mahomes go on the road in the postseason first round. Who wins the MVP? Drake May.
I don't know. Is there an NFC answer here?
Mayfield.
Jonathan Taylor.
Stafford. Jonathan. No, don't do it. Don't do it. The running backs aren't going to win it.
If they get the 1 seed,
no
one want to give it to Daniel Jones.
He'll get votes. But
one more name. JSN when he goes for 2,000 yards. He's not far off.
Listen, you want to know where... All right, Taylor's actually a little higher than I thought. Actually, you just named the top 2 non-quarterbacks. They're actually the first 2 non-quarterbacks after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 quarterbacks.
Who's the 14th quarterback?
Lamar Jackson.
13th quarterback.
Sam Darnold.
12th.
Jalen Hurts.
Get real. Jalen Hurts couldn't possibly win an MVP.
No?
No. It's not possible. All right, we're out of here. We'll be back on Monday for Buffalo Bills Football Monday. No more bye weeks. Back to football. Enjoy it. We'll talk to you then.